Engels remarked that Marx's greatest achievement was to uncover surplus value underneath all the different income streams that were considered more or less autonomous by Smith, Ricardo, and others: interest on capital, ground rent, much of mercantile revenues and, naturally, profits sans phrase. What we are really trying to do is precisely the same. We want to show that the sum total of profits, interest, rents plus swollen costs of distribution plus advertising expenses plus PR plus legal debts plus fins and chrome plus faux phrase of product variation and model changes plus government exp. equals economic surplus, which economic surplus increases both in absolute and relative terms under monopoly capital. It is important to understand that our economic surplus is not the same as surplus value of Marx's but a much more comprehensive and much more complex term. Indeed, I am somewhat exhilarated by the thought that we may actually have in our hands something that is an important contribution to thought beyond Marx. For what I have been thinking about is that under competition economic surplus is essentially identical with surplus value. If you have a universe of output consisting of more or less sensible commodities, and if you have a competitive mill in which costs are being held down to socially necessary levels with what is socially necessary determined by the state of development of productive resources, then surplus value is the difference between the net value of output and the aggregate wage bill. NB on the assumption of socially necessary costs being maintained with what is socially necessary determined really by the state of the arts, it is quite permissible to deduct the entire wages plus salaries bill from the aggregate value of output in order to arrive at surplus value. Out of that surplus value the capitalist gets his profits, the banker his percent, the landlords their rents, and the merchants their commercial gains. 111. So far so good for competition. But when we get to monopoly capitalism the whole thing shifts, and economic surplus is no longer even approximately identical with surplus value but very much larger. Simply because with aggregate output no longer consisting of a heap of sensible commodities but of an agglomeration of commodities, a large part of which is due to the sales effort, the notion of socially necessary cost of its production gets a new meaning. It is no longer socially necessary in terms of prevailing productivity plus technology, it is socially necessary primarily in terms of the modus operandi of the big business economy. The surplus value concept would give you wrong or rather irrelevant measurements. For if you take the value of aggregate output and deduct from it the aggregate V, you get surplus value, all right, but this is only a part of the economic surplus. This would be even true if you would draconically confine your V to those engaged in production proper. Since the production process proper is under monopoly capitalism inherently corroded by the sales effort, the distinction between costs of production becomes extremely hazy. The ad man is in costs of distribution, all right. What about the construction engineer who devises the new car model for sales reason and the worker who retools the joint to produce it? The Charlie Van Dorens are costs of distribution boys and partake of the surplus value, but what about the blue-collar type who with socially necessary skills produces the booklet conveying the message of the remedy against sour stomachs? 112. The crux is the interpenetration of production and sales effort, with the result that in that embrace the concept of socially necessary gets stifled. What does socially necessary mean now? Everything that is needed for conduct of business under monopoly capitalism. Surely not, because the coal miner is as necessary for that as Batten, Barton, Durstein and Osborne. Everything that is needed to produce the material output of society? Certainly not, because that output consists to a large extent of fins, chrome, remedies against sour stomach, new models etc., with lots of engineers, foremen, workers engaged in turning this stuff out. This, incidentally, all on the assumption that those boys operate with maximal technical efficiency. The story gets even more mixy-uppy if there is monopoly shielded inefficiency come waste. In other words, without the competitive assumption, the surplus value concept is mortally ill. And if on top of all wages are not determined by the value of labor power in Marxian sense but are higher, i.e. permit reduction per alienation, and the capitalists are able of shifting their various expenses onto the consumer, then the derivative surplus value recipients do not only eat into surplus value but actually increase it per alienation. Where does all this leave matters except with the necessity to leave this alone and to define consequent economic surplus with reference not to what is socially necessary hic et nunc but to what would be socially necessary in a rational society. I began moving in that direction in PEOG. Most generally speaking, the unproductive share of a nation's total economic effort consists of all labor resulting in the output of goods and services, the demand for which is attributable to the specific conditions and relationships of the capitalist system, and which would be absent in a rationally ordered society. By the way, Marx hints at this in discussing Smith's notion of unproductive labor. There he speaks of what is productive and unproductive under capitalism and adds absolutisprotion. All this would be different. Without the absolutisprotion one gets stuck now simply because monopoly capitalism is much more removed from that absolutisprotion than competition ever was. I am attaching a little translation I made of a lovely passage in Marx' The New, Moscow-Berlin Theory, and which should be appended to one of the chapters of Opus. 113. This undoubtedly requires a full-dress discussion of what is meant by a rational social order etc., but we cannot shirk that, for otherwise we hang in the air. On the other hand, once this nut is properly cracked, the opus is a cinch. Then we go ahead and give a casually empiricist sketch of the forms in which the dreck appears, and I do not give a damn whether we have plenty of statistics or none. As long as we have illustrations and as long as it is clear what we mean. I think this represents Enormwalsung der Wissenschaft because it explains and systematizes what the Galbraiths of all descriptions are at best able to describe. The same step km made by comparison with Smith, Ricardo, etc. At least, I am modest. And cheer up, we have a mission, goddammit, and let us not be gotten down by anything. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton. May 11th. Dear Paul. We are in medias residential cubana and between us have already churned up well over 100 typed pages with no end in sight. What we will do with all this remains to be seen, but in the meantime the watchword is that of Marx's capitalist: accumulate. Accumulate. Actually, I think we have some good stuff, including what I would call the secret of the Cuban Revolution, which is to be found in an analysis of the character and structure of the peasant class. Actually, it is not a peasant class at all in Marx's sense but a rural proletariat, rural wage workers, according to the 1953 AG census, outnumber all others in the rural labor force by approximate 3 to 1. And in addition the wage workers in the sugar industry, by far the biggest and most developed in the island, live in the countryside, near the agricultural workers. Further, the Cuban ruling class has never bothered to do anything for the rural worker, no education, not even a church. Add all that up and you have the perfect formula for producing revolutionaries. Quelle difference between that and a European peasant country. But elaboration must await the finished product. I like your letter re opus matters very much. We march together, to use a famous phrase, the only problems being matters of formulation. I am not clear that we need to define economic surplus by reference to what would exist under a rational form of society. Can't we start by defining it by reference to the competitive model and then show how monopoly capitalism inevitably and completely futzes the picture, making it impossible any longer to achieve a rational definition or measurement of what is surplus and what is not? This is the natural condition of the affluent society, and it can be remedied only by going over in practice to a rational social order. The consequences of the obscuring of the difference between surplus and non-surplus are to be found primarily in the cultural, moral, and ideological fields. It is here that the decay of monopoly capitalism must be sought and analyzed, not in the economic stagnation or Zusammenbruch which earlier generations of Marxists thought. But all this just suggestions. Love and Right. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. May 13, 1960. Dear Paul. Your letter of May 11 arrived this morning. What you say about Cuba is mucho interesante and undoubtedly correct. The rural proletariat corresponds to Russia's bedniaks, the landless peasants and agricultural workers whose central importance for Russia and the colonial and semi-colonial countries was repeatedly stressed by Lenin. Indeed, in his strategy of the revolution, the alliance of the urban workers with the bedniaks was a crucially important factor. 114. It is interesting that the more intelligent Russian conservatives saw the issue after 1905, and felt that the system could not survive unless it would find a way of giving land to bedniaks to turn them into proprietors, and to imbue them with the spirit of ownership. The famous Stolypin reform had something of that sort in mind and capsized essentially because of the myopia and narrow-minded greed of the latifundia owners, but also because time was running out. The first WW was just around the corner. In fact, it has been conjectured whether the St. Petersburg elite did not precipitate the war precisely in order to escape the agrarian catastrophe which was coming one way or another. The Cuban condition was aggravated in addition by the plantation factor, the colonial feature of the country. This is all fascinating stuff, and I am looking forward to reading your story. By the way, Mexico would have been precisely in the same spot if it weren't for the Mexican agrarian revolution, which postponed but did not solve matters. In Opus, I am depressed by what you refer to as the only problem, how to formulate it all. I think the trick is exactly to juxtapose monopoly capitalism with both competition and socialism. Focusing exclusively on the former comparison is doubly dangerous, would create the impression of idealizing competition and be a petty bourgeois deviation. Furthermore, it would be inadequate because it would necessarily sidestep the significant advances embodied in monopoly capitalism. It is undoubtedly true that the mere fact that the definition and measurement of economic surplus is so goddamn difficult, if not impossible, is an aspect of an irrational order, although also here I don't believe that one should fall into the affluent society trap. It is not the affluence that matters, it is monopoly capital affluence that is at issue. For affluence in a socialist society could be twice as high and express itself altogether differently: tremendous reduction of work weeks and work years with corresponding extension of the education span to comprise college or university, earlier retirement, housing, travel, large-scale assistance to poorer countries, and millions of things which we cannot anticipate and which will absorb affluence for as long as it is worthwhile speculating about. It is this current trick of equating affluence under monopoly capitalism with affluence Überhaupt that represents the sophisticated ideological gimmick of the JKGs et al. But more on this when we meet. Got a note of Marcuse's, he is coming here next week. See you soon. Love. /S Paul. PAB to Stanley Moore Moore's paper on Das Kapital. Oregon Abe. Palo Alto. August 5, 1960. Dear Stanley, thank you very much for sending me your paper and the from Honolulu. I have perused both most carefully, and while deferring my reflections on the latter until I have the pleasure of seeing you again, I would like to submit to your attention such thoughts as occurred to me in connection with the former. In doing so, I take the risk of disappointing you. What has occurred to me in connection with your article are not so much comments on your statement as some more general reflections on the matters under consideration. The most important among them has to do with the concept law of value. On p.26 you define the law of value as follows: for Marx, the law of value, that is, the proposition asserting the proportionality of exchange ratios and labor costs, holds for all exchange economies without exception. In defining the law in this manner, you undoubtedly follow the established practice among Marxists. Thus Paul in the Theory of Capitalist Development explains the meaning of this term as follows. What Marx called the law of value summarizes these forces at work in a commodity-producing society which regulate the exchange ratios among commodities, the quantity of each produced, and the allocation of the labor force to the various branches of production. The basic condition for the existence of a law of value is a society of private producers who satisfy their needs by mutual exchange. I myself used to accept this interpretation of the concept, equating thus the law at value with the labor theory of value. More recently, however, primarily in connection with trying to think out some problems related to the book which Paul and I are attempting to write, I have come to look at the thing somewhat differently. I would propose to consider the law of value as a set of propositions describing the characteristic features of the economic and social organization of a particular epoch of history called capitalism. This organization is characterized by the prevalence of the principle of quid pro quo in economic relations among members of society, by the production of goods and services as commodities, by their production and distribution on the part of independent producers with the help of hired labor for an anonymous market with the view to making profit. It is by the dominance of this law of value that the capitalist order differs from all others, from antiquity in which slavery dominated the conditions of production and distribution, from feudalism which system was based on a comprehensive network of rights, duties, and traditions, from socialism in which planning becomes the overriding principle. Now, and this is most important for what we are talking about now, the law of value so conceived implies nothing whatsoever about the mechanism bringing about any given system of relative prices, the mechanism responsible for the allocation of resources, the mechanism accounting for the existing distribution of income. To be sure, those three mechanisms are interrelated and may be even considered to represent parts of one whole. All that matters to me now is to state that the law of value as just defined, representing the basic law of capitalism, is not affected, let alone abolished, by the three mechanisms just referred to. To put it differently, one could insist on the validity and paramount importance of the law of value and at the same time accept a general equilibrium theory of relative prices, particularly in the form in which it is suggested by Sraffa and the input-output analysis which he so ingeniously anticipates. Point 115. You may ask me, what is then the operational significance of the law of value as I define it if the labor theory of value is thrown out of it? Answer: very large indeed. For it is the law of value which explains the basic mechanism of capitalism, explains why it is that a general equilibrium theory of relative prices is necessary, explains why the theories of organized capitalism are rubbish, shows what the crucially important differences are between both pre-capitalist and socialist formations on one side and capitalism on the other. The failure to distinguish between the law of value and the principle of rational resource allocation accounts for a great deal of confusion in Lang and other writers who believe that the mere fact of attachment of numerical values to goods and services under socialism is tantamount to the maintenance of the law of value. In other words, the acknowledgement of and conduct according to the principle of scarcity and rational resource husbandry is not equivalent to the dominance of the law of value. The arrangements under the law of value is one historical form in which scarcity and the need for resource allocation are dealt with, but not the only conceivable one. Under planning they are dealt with differently. Therefore, I believe that it would be better if you confined your strictures upon the labor theory of value to the narrower problem: does the labor theory of value provide an adequate theory of relative prices, resource allocation, and income distribution? A negative answer to this question, with which I would agree if the Marxian version of the labor theory of value is what is had in mind, does not, however, dispose of the law of value, nor vitiate in any manner a whole set of propositions which are derived from the law of value rather than from the labor theory of value. Thus Marx's theory of commodity fetishism and all that goes with it is based on the law of value and suffers no harm from adopting any possible explanation of the existing structure of relative prices. Your own statement: for Marx commodity values are alienated social activity, that is, they are creations of men which appear to be independent of men. The origin of the doctrine of commodity fetishism is to be found in Marx's lifelong preoccupation with the Hegelian concept of alienation is wholly adequate, and what you say is not invalidated by a possible rejection of the labor theory of value. And in connection with all of the above, I beg to dissent from your remark that the distinction between appearance and reality which serves to render certain propositions immune from either confrontation or refutation in terms of empirical evidence is an invention of the devil. While it may be readily granted with respect to certain propositions, this distinction is most relevant for other and most important propositions. And saying that this distinction cannot be verified straightforwardly by reference to empirical evidence misses, in my humble opinion, the entire point. It is the very nature of immediate empirical evidence ex definition that it encompasses appearance. Indeed, if empirical evidence would always present you what you call reality, life would be a picnic. One would have never anything else to do but go around photographing rather than analyzing empirical evidence. But this bone of contention we have dealt with before. More orally. Please call me as soon as you get back. I hope to see you next week. As ever, S. Paul. PAB to PMS. Stanford Medical Center. December 20, 1960. Dear Paul. Being locked up here gets to be increasingly what the English call a bore, and the thought of having to spend here at least another 2 weeks is causing me another heart attack. This could develop into an infinite series if it were not for its obvious point of convergence. The only comfort is a perfectly charming Canadian nurse, unfortunately as unattainable as she is untouchable. Becomes even questionable whether under the circumstances this is a comfort or an aggravation. A genuine crève-cœur is who calls, comes, delivers, presents, and is an embodiment of devotion. What does one do with a thing like that? I wonder what kind of unreciprocated love is worse, active or passive. Otherwise, lots of visitors, there is apparently nothing like illness to increase one's popularity. Boker comes every day. My colleagues have all paid their respects. The prospect of a possible vacancy seems to be most intriguing. Norman Howard has taken care of the real estate problems. Within the next few days all this will be signed, sealed, and delivered. Your automobile was obviously in Zitrone. I have authorized Mr. Gunn to do $145 worth of fixing if this chariot is to be counted on for 6 months. On the other hand, with this work done, it should be a respectable means of locomotion. Voila, c'est tout. Reading a bit, thinking a bit, dreaming a lot and reminiscing. Old age apparently sets in at the point at which hopes for the future recede in favor of remembrances of the past. Am very glad you'll be back soon. But I don't want you to drink so much no more, otherwise you'll be in this goddamn position of mine. One is enough. Love, yours. S. Paul. 6. The Kennedy Years, Civilian Government Spending. PAB to PMS. Laguna Oaks Place. Palo Alto. June 30, 1961. Dear Paul. Had yesterday dinner with Mo. He was shown the whole mountain of correspondence that the administration has received in you and me and Cuba. Apparently an impressive heap. He also saw the standard letter which was sent to the writers by the President's office. Even he remarked that the letter was despicable. It did not point out that the university is committed to the principle of academic freedom or anything of the sort, but stressed its having the very difficult problem of my having tenure. The business of freezing my salary, far from being treated as a secret, is being widely advertised to show that nothing would be done to encourage me to stay here. One should be above all this, one should know that one cannot have one's cake and eat it too. One should realize that after all this is a class struggle and a la guerre comme a la guerre. Nevertheless it burns me all up, plays havoc with the nervous system, and the rational comprehension does very little if anything to one's irrational sensations and emotions. There is obviously no point in resigning from this outfit at this time. Next year I still have the Rabinovitz Fellowship, which means that I'll teach only 1 quarter. The year thereafter I'll take my sabbatical leave. In other words, I don't have to return to regular teaching until the fall of '63. By that time we'll see what gives. So much for today. All the best, yours. S. Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton, NH. Sunday, July 9th. Dear Paul. Here is a briefest outline of CH6 as I now see it. Comments, amendments, etc., are in order. Point 116. 1. According to older economic theories, the economy normally operated at full capacity, hence whatever went to government must be at the expense of private parties. If a fixed real wage be assumed, then government can only take from surplus receivers. Ergo the bitter resistance of ruling classes to government spending. All this was probably reasonably realistic during most of 19th century. 2. Under monopoly capitalism, however, matters are different. Here less than capacity operation is normal. If government creates new effective demand, surplus can be produced which otherwise would not have been. This can take the form either of government directly purchasing goods and services, or of government handing over, via transfer payments, purchasing power to favored private parties. When these possibilities first began to be understood during the 30s, it was thought that government could create new effective demand only by running a deficit. A balanced budget would necessarily be neutral no matter what its total magnitude. 3. This is now seen to be wrong. Exposition of the simple arithmetic of the unit multiplier. GNP equals 100 and government now decides to spend 10 more and at the same time impose additional taxes of 10. The increased spending will add 10 to total demand and the same amount to output. The other side of the coin is an increase of private incomes by 10, the equivalent of which is drained into the treasury by the additional taxation. Net result, expansion of demand and output by the exact amount of the increased balanced budget. Next, a brief exposition of how the multiplier is bigger with a deficit. General principle: demand created by government is a function of both the level of spending and the size of the deficit. However, a temporary deficit has only temporary effects, and even a continuing deficit, unless steadily growing, does not give rise to a cumulative increase of demand. For if we assume that apart from wartime emergencies deficits are essentially cyclical phenomena and are at least partly offset by surpluses, then in the long run they cannot be a decisive factor in the amount of effective demand attributable to government that is measured by changes in the level of government spending. 5. Brief discussion of whether it is total spending or government purchases of goods and services which is the relevant magnitude. Conclusion that from our point of view it is the total, including transfer payments. The appropriate correction to make in official GNP statistics is to subtract transfer payments from private consumption and saving. In this way we get the total amount of effective demand created by government. 6. Next, a brief review of the record of government spending, using the silos estimates for 1900 to 1953 and adding latest figures. 117 Secular peacetime updrift of ratio of government spending to GNP from circa 7% to circa 25%. 7. Is all of this surplus in our sense of the term? Not all. Some government activities are properly considered socially necessary costs, provision of roads, public utility services. I'm not sure how far we should go in conceding this point. From a tactical point of view, it may be wise to make generous estimates of government's productive contribution. Your views on this would be appreciated, also any elaboration of the categories that may occur to you. In any case, by far the largest amount of what government absorbs is clearly surplus: all transfers, all military, all administration, all education, culture, etc. Here we make absolutely explicit that to say these things absorb surplus is in no sense minatory. They do so in any and all forms of society. And in a rationally ordered socialist society with productive potential comparable to that of the US, the amount and proportion of surplus absorbed by the state for such purposes as education, health, culture, etc., etc., would certainly be larger, not smaller. For the moment we want only to establish that by far the largest part of government activity does in fact absorb surplus. At the present time, well over 1/5 of gross output is government-absorbed surplus. This compares with something of the order of 5% for the sales effort and R&D combined. 8. It must be emphasized here that this is not surplus which would otherwise have accrued to corporations and individuals for their private purposes. We have already seen that the structure of the monopoly capitalist economy is such that vast additional quantities of surplus could not be absorbed through private channels, hence it would not be produced at all. What government absorbs is additional to, not subtracted from, private surplus. One can see in a general way how it works by looking at corporate profits before and after taxes. Before the 30s, corporate income taxation was rather low, and as a result of increases during the Depression and more especially during World War II the amount went up sharply. This did not mean any reduction in profits after taxes, however. On the contrary, the amount of corporate profits after taxes increased as the economy expanded and remained at about the same proportion of GNP during the 50s as during the late 20s. Corporate profits before taxes, on the other hand, jumped up. What the government took was additional to, not a deduction from, private surplus. And because the large-scale government absorption of surplus enabled the economy as a whole to operate much closer to capacity than would otherwise have been the case, the net effect on private surplus has actually been both positive and large. This explains a basic shift in ruling class attitudes toward taxation and government spending. The older hostility still persists in the realm of ideology, but the really modern big businessman no longer takes it seriously. Government spending, to him, means more effective demand, and he knows that he can shift most of the taxes forward onto consumers or backward onto workers. In the meantime, the intricacies of the tax system, specially tailored to fit the needs of special interests, open up magnificent opportunities for speculative and windfall gains. 9. Speaking of shifting raises the question whether the increased government-absorbed surplus doesn't in fact come out of the hides of lower-income groups. To a certain extent, undoubtedly. Those with relatively fixed incomes do suffer as taxes rise and are shifted by business. But in general, the answer is no. The mechanism of government absorption, as already pointed out, works in such a way as to raise the operating rate of the economy, hence to expand employment and lower class incomes. Some of this increase is taken in the form of taxes, of course, but much less than all. Like the ruling class, the workers and lower middle class are better off with higher government spending and higher government taxes than they would be under conditions of monopoly capitalism with lower. This explains why there is no really effective political opposition to a more or less steady rise in the levels of spending and taxation. Given the irrational system of monopoly capitalism which most people living under it take for granted as natural and inevitable, it is to the interest of all classes that government should steadily increase its spending and its taxing. 10. The question therefore is not whether but on what. And here private interests come into their own. Here follows a discussion, somewhat along the lines of the Nation Article 118 of how the pattern of monopoly capitalist interests blocks all the good forms of government surplus absorption and favors all the bad forms. Transfer payments are mostly of two kinds, direct subsidies to special interests, and political bribes to unemployed, old agers, etc., to keep them from becoming unduly discontented with the system. Show with figures from Bader how these forms of government spending have grown absolutely and relatively since 1929.119. Government purchases of goods and services can be either for welfare or warfare purposes. Show, again with figures, how welfare spending has scarcely held its own since 1929, while warfare spending has multiplied many times. 11. Here we relate the growth of arms and defense spending to the nature of imperialism and the struggle against world socialism. Such subjects as the internationalization of big business, the importance of sources of cheap raw materials, the tremendous profit rates in underdeveloped countries, the threat of revolutions a la Cuba, etc., should come in for brief but pointed attention. In this connection, any ideas you may have on the content and organization of this section will be much appreciated. In passing, some misconceptions about imperialism and its relation to the functioning of the monopoly capitalist economy are to be corrected. As already indicated in the brief section on foreign investment in Chap 4, empires are not absorbers of surplus but just the opposite. 120 But the tremendous and growing expense of trying to hold onto empires and to repel the advance of socialism does absorb surplus on a fantastic scale. It is this more than anything else that has become the crutch of monopoly capitalism, the explanation of how it has been able to survive despite its profoundly stagnationist nature. I can't think of anything left out, but maybe you can. If so, let me know as soon as possible so that I can make plans for incorporation before I get too far along in the writing. I hope that this outline leads naturally up to the next chapter, which would be in two parts, the historical sketch of the development of U.S. monopoly capitalism, giving due weight here to revolutionary innovations on the one hand and wars and their aftermaths on the other, and the statistical sketch of the irrational system. 121. More on other stuff soon. I want to get this into the mail as soon as possible so as to get your ideas in good time to take account of them. Hope all goes well at Big Sur and that you are doing what the medicos prescribe. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Big Sur, California. July 10, 1961. Dear Paul. Thanks for sending me the end of the chapter. I think this is fine, and provides a good lead to what is to follow. For the government chapter you must read quickly William J. Lederer, A Nation of Sheep. Remarkable both for the facts he puts together and for the utter helplessness in explaining them. I read it here sort of together with Steinbeck's new novel, and while Steinbeck comes very much closer to the nub of the matter, he also almost consciously and purposefully shies away from dotting the I's and crossing the T's. It is amazing, how it has turned into something like an universal taboo to draw conclusions from one's own material and observations. There is no doubt that business is a kind of war. Why not, then, make it all-out war in pursuit of peace? Mr. Baker and his friends did not shoot my father, but they advised him, and when his structure collapsed they inherited. And isn't that a kind of murder? Have any of the great fortunes we admire been put together without ruthlessness? I can't think of any. It is quite dramatic to see how all of those people throw up their hands in despair about the rotten society this is and leave the matter right there without the slightest ray of hope. They see, feel, touch starving little children, they know somewhere that milk is what is needed, but they are forbidden to mention, let alone to recommend milk. If they do not hide themselves from themselves and from the world, what should they do but commit suicide? And the extent to which the rottenness of the society has gone even into their bones is breathtaking. Mr. Hemingway has left 1 or 2 finished novels in his safe deposit box in the bank. Why? Because of tax reasons. Corruption has reached even the heart of the artist, and the incapacity of experiencing genuine gratification and joy and pride of accomplishment. The alienation has gone so far that an artist does not even care to see his very child, the object of his thoughts and dreams and labors, in print. He thinks like the New York real estate shyster of the tax angle. Imagine Aeschylus, Goethe, Shakespeare trying to turn their royalties into capital gains. Not that great artists were not also in earlier days corrupt and money-hungry. Balzac certainly knew about money, and Daniel Defoe and Mozart and Bach composed for hard cash, and still this today is a new quality for money, and money is not the same, for money to pay your rent and to buy your dinner is different money from the money that is collected from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Hemingway's greatest because fundamentally truest book will turn out to have been The Old Man and the Sea. He had the courage to announce publicly that he was through. He committed suicide in print before he committed it physically. Steinbeck does now the same. I wonder how long he can live after this book. Right. Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Big Sur. July 13, 1961. Dear Paul. On the assumption that you have a carbon copy of the outline of CH6, I'll write my comments with reference to your point #S. The outline as a whole looks fine to me. What follows are Randglossen as they occur to me while I reread your statement. Add 1. I think one should avoid idealizing the 19th century. The economy was also then not operating at full capacity. Far from it. But what is probably decisive is that the underemployment was, to use Joan Robinson's distinction, of the Marxian rather than of the Keynesian type. 122 That is, there were lots of underemployed men but relatively little underemployed machines. Given a subsistence level of wages and given competition, every increase of taxation had to come out of the surplus. Interesting to note that at that time all progressive economists advocated increased taxes on land rents. Those affected neither real wages nor the sources of capital accumulation. Under those circumstances also an increase in government spending had to lead to inflation, and inflation was undesirable partly because much capital was still in its money form, partly because of fear of the inevitable increases in money wages, partly because creditors probably still more powerful than debtors, partly because of the difficulty of a flucht in die Sackward, partly finally because of fear of political unrest. Cultural lag in the ruling class undoubtedly also an element, also perhaps less important than often thought. 123. Add 2. Not sure whether it is right to say that it was at first thought that only deficits could do the trick of raising effective demand. Don't forget that under conditions of massive unemployment the unit multiplier device is not powerful enough. I don't know whether Keynes, R.F. Kohn and co. already grasped the unit multiplier principle, but it is clear that raising taxes and respending them under conditions of a major depression is a doubtful procedure. The demand is increased only by the amount of extra taxes, while that demand increase may be completely inadequate to offset the negative effect of the tax increase on flagging investment. In a major depression all this may be for the birds, and what is really needed is a large deficit drastically raising total demand and not interfering with private incomes. What is more, in a major depression a small increase of aggregate effective demand may be abortive, the most depressed industries wouldn't even notice it. Add 3. I think the argument is okay. The way I got to look at the unit multiplier theorem is this: since all incomes reflect services rendered, their aggregate plus government services equals Y. If you add depreciation allowances, you get GNP. A tax imposed does not reduce GNP. By spending the tax proceeds on previously unemployed lawyers and or ditch diggers, the government increases GNP exactly by the value of their newly rendered services. What confuses me at this point are the transfer payments. It is my impression that they are excluded from GNP. Therefore, strictly speaking, new tax spent on such transfer payments would do exactly the same trick as one spent on services rendered, but would not result in a direct increase of the GNP for purely statistical reasons. Should I be wrong, however, and should the transfer payments be included qua government services at cost, then all is well. The other trickier possibility of dealing with the thing is to realize that all the tax is reducing not only private consumption but also private saving. Since the government's propensity to spend is unity, the average propensity to spend will be raised. There is a simple algebraic step which I once understood but can no longer reproduce, to the result that this increase in the average propensity will lead exactly to a unit multiplier. This is explained in the Samuelson piece in the Hansen Festschrift. Add 4. This argument seems to me to be too simple, although I must hasten to add that I haven't yet discovered a really good way to put it. In terms of pure rationality, there is no reason why government deficits should not keep rising year in and year out. I entirely agree that what matters are changes of deficit spending, but why couldn't they do it? To say that deficits are cyclical phenomena does not meet this issue. They need not be in pure reason. It is fairly clear, I think, why successive tax reductions could not do the trick. They would lead to increased private saving and would operate like the unit multiplier in reverse. Steady increases on government spending, however, raise my old question: on what? To all the considerations which I tried to put together in national economic planning, there is an additional point which looks to me quite interesting. Point 124. By its very nature, government spending is not the same as private spending, i.e. it generates effective demand for things that are different from those which would be demanded by the private sector. Therefore government demand affects by necessity certain special areas of the economy, creates their bottlenecks, inflation, etc. Something must be said about the fear of inflation and the reasons for it. I get more and more the feeling that the inflation bogey begins to resemble the tax bogey. Big business does not give a damn. The ones who yell mostest are smaller competitive businessmen as well as the general public, which does not have the possibility of shifting. Crux of the matter, pure rationality is irrelevant under monopoly capitalism, and all the Calders and co. who argue that it could be done theoretically are lousy theorists because they abstract precisely from what matters, the difference between capitalism and socialism. Add 5. Fully agreed. But again, aren't transfer payments subtracted already in GNP? I have nothing here to look it up in, but it is my feeling that on the principle of services rendered, transfer payments are deducted. In any case, I certainly agree that they constitute a part of the surplus. Add 6. Have look at Abramovitz and Ellisberg for the same story for Great Britain. Add 7. And principally everything that is not socially necessary costs of production of a socially desirable output is surplus. Roads, post offices, and under capitalism police protection of property are socially necessary costs of production. Publicly provided education and health service for workers, ditto, they represent as it were publicly provided bonuses to business, assuring it of a literate and minimally healthy labor force. I don't think that TVA, municipal power and water systems and the like have anything to do with the matter. They are big enterprises, and only to the extent to which they are not self-liquidating and require subsidies do they enter the picture. Since on the whole they pay their own way, I would leave them out completely. Such investment as goes into them is like any other investment supported by the surplus, in their case by government-channeled surplus. I believe that one should insist on theoretical grounds on a pure concept of surplus, stressing, as you say, that there is nothing invidious about the term. Things supported out of surplus may be as essential to the well-being of society than things that are supported qua necessary costs of production. The work of a scientist supported out of surplus is more essential than the labors of a tailor making a new suit. In PEOG somewhere I quote Marx on the point that unproductive must not be mixed up with unessential. And on what you say about the socialist society, I also quote the critique of the Gotha program where Marx is explicit about all of this. It is precisely the bloody way in which the surplus is being used under capitalism, and particularly monopoly capitalism, that is the issue. My guess would be that the 5% is okay as an estimate for the direct outlay on advertising and R&D. If you take also costs of the penetration effect into account, plus maintenance of a superfluous sales force, plus financial institutions, insurance companies, and the rest of the direct, 5% is a massive understatement. Maybe Joe Phillips will give us some rough estimate of what all this might amount to. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if all of this came close to the 20% of Gov. Ad 8. Fully agreed. Your point is particularly well illustrated by WW2 experience when government spending produced military hardware to the tune of 100 billion, massive lend-lease, etc. Plus significant increase in civilian standards, and on top of all of it a military establishment of more than 12 million people. As to the hostility to taxing and spending, partly it is undoubtedly cultural lag, but partly also reflection of the general position of small competitive business, which by its nature hardly realizes the connections. He pays high taxes and curses the government. His profits based on relatively good demand he attributes to his own ingenuity and efficiency and capacity to swindle. The big corp knows how much those things hang together, the small fellow in Toledo, Ohio finds it much harder to comprehend. By the way, teaching of economics in colleges which on cultural etc. grounds pure direct most useful to monopoly capital, it drums into the heads of many future small bizmen, realtors, doctors, and admen how the cookie really crumbles, and thus creates the ideological plus political climate in which the voter will vote the way he should vote. This the reason why all the big business supported foundations etc. waste such a lot of dough on economics. It's all good investment to attune the general public to the requirements of big business. Ad 9. Fully agreed. One qualification, however. If you look at statistics at this moment, I don't remember where I saw them, I think in one of the annual reports of the CEA, you'll see how little real consumption standards are going up. Obviously under monopoly capitalism without government and other surplus absorption matters would be very much worse. But it is worth pointing out that the shifting mechanism plus all the assorted and combined tax swindles and loopholes do in fact enable the ruling class to reduce the real wages below what would have been otherwise. Clearly, some employment better than no employment. But decent arrangements of government surplus absorption combined with proper tax laws, price controls, and so forth would result in a different distribution of income. But I am fully d'accord that this is secondary. Most important vis-a-vis ossified Marxists is to stress the point which you make, that by comparison with a more rational society the whole absorption mechanism is incredible madness, but by comparison with what monopoly capitalism would be like otherwise it is of benefit to all classes. Hence minimization of class struggle. Ad 10. Fully agreed. Interesting to stress here the opposition of private interests to all useful government spending, but also the controlling power of the quid pro quo principle, which precludes under normal conditions giving something for nothing. Here capitalist law of value ideology becomes a manifest fetter on the needs of society and even on the interests of the capitalist class itself. Again, I think, it is worth stressing that the "on what" question does not arise in pure reason, but that pure reason is not what is relevant. By the way, I prefer pure reason or something like it to theoretical because a good theory has to take all those things fully into account. Monopoly capitalist large-scale spending on welfare purposes is theoretically impossible, i.e. in terms of a correct theory of monopoly capitalism. Ad 11. Again, entirely d'accord. I would stress 2 points most energetically. One is that it is rubbish to argue that since revenues from foreign investments, etc. play a minor part in the GNP they can be disregarded. No one under capitalism cares for the GNP as such. To the corporations involved the matter is most important. This can be readily demonstrated with figures. Incidentally, the latest refutation of the imperialism theory on the GNP account can be found in Hans Heiser's article in one of the recent issues of Social Research. The other thing which is now coming to the fore, and which could not have been taken into consideration by Hobson, Lenin, and the later writers is what might be called the social order imperialism. The principle is that capitalism cannot live in one country, that every bit of territory must be defended against socialism. By trying to squeeze the latter form of imperialism into the formulae of the classic imperialism theory, one commits the usual fatuities of vulgar Marxism. I don't know whether there is anything worth having in Laos, but clearly our attempt to keep it in the free world has its roots in the latter and not in the former kind of imperialism. What we often discussed, the relative autonomization of the political sphere in particular under conditions when the class struggle has so demonstrably moved onto the international arena. Room for some interesting remarks about the shifting attitude of imperialist countries towards international law. To be sure, imperialism too does not replace imperialism, it supplements and accentuates it, but sometimes also overrides it. And needless to say, the machinery of imperialism is much more important in terms of surplus absorption than anything else. On this major accent, an errant stone setting into motion a mighty rock. Some of the Joe Phillips stuff, if it works out, would be useful all along, in addition to possibly forming a skeleton of a quasi-independent chapter. I hope that the above is of some minimal use. I think the chapter should complete the absorption business and thus round off the theoretical story. Again and again, my stress would be not on what could be done by a government in a rational world, but on what can be done and is being done by government under capitalism in general and monopoly capitalism in particular. If I finish now, I can still take it down to the Po and have it get out of Big Sur today. I mailed earlier a letter to which I could not attach this because I wasn't finished. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Big Sur. July 15, 1961. Dear Paul. Working on the MS, I came to think about the following side issue. Concerns the law of value and what you and I and Stanley and others have written about it. Putting matters into their simplest form, prior to the advent of capitalism, individual economic activities were coordinated by a set of rules, customs, and traditions sanctified by divine commandments and not rooted in any rational or quasi-rational considerations. A man was appropriated as a slave because he was captured as prisoner of war and therefore subject to his captor's will. A serf delivered a percentage of his crop to the Lord, for such was the time-honored principle of life, etc. Although there was barter between individuals, this barter referred only to surpluses of one kind or another. What represented equivalence was established by haggling and bargaining, and the principle of equivalence was not very important since the barter itself was a more or less marginal aspect of economic existence as a whole. The big advance toward rationality under capitalism was the emergence of the principle of the quid pro quo as the governing principle of coordination of individual activities. Exchange moved from the margin of economic existence into its center. Under such circumstances, some equivalence of exchange objects became inevitable. Without it, no possible equilibrium of any kind. That labor had to be the basis for the establishment of the equivalence equally clear. If I remember correctly, the argument of Adam Smith, but also the argument which you developed in the beginning of TCD, the thing is quite obvious. Imagine shooting a deer took 1 day and consuming a deer would provide 2 units utility. Shooting a hare would at the same time take 1/2 a day but furnish 4 units of utility. Clearly no one would bother to go after the deers, they would all concentrate on hares. The result would be that hares would be exterminated at a rapid rate, shooting one would become increasingly time-consuming until the exchange ratio would settle down in correspondence with the labor input even if the utilities were in disequilibrium. In fact, chances are that on the principle of judging quality by price, the utilities would adjust themselves appropriately. But anyway, this is not what I'm driving at. My point is that while the form in which the quid pro quo principle enforces itself is very important for the understanding of economic development and income distribution, whatever form prevails should not be confused with the principle itself. Thus, under competitive capitalism, the formula of the quid pro quo was a different one than it is under monopoly capitalism. The former was analyzed in capital, the latter is analyzed more nearly adequately by Cournot in combination with some general equilibrium and input-output model. 125. Under socialism in its early phases, it becomes a complex of formulae with the state-operated factor operating differently from that operated by individual or cooperated producers. Stalin was perfectly right in stressing that as long as the kolkosniki are selling and buying in the market, and as long as the workers work for wages, the law of value holds. He failed only to stress that it holds only as the general principle of quid pro quo with the formula of exchange, the ratios in which quo is being exchanged for quid being quite different than either under competitive capitalism or monopoly capitalism. This all not to say that those formulae and exchange ratios are unimportant or not worth studying. Quite the contrary. The exchange ratios are of paramount significance for a correct allocation of resources and all that. But considered in this way, the law of value, i.e. the principle of quid pro quo, disappears only under full-fledged communism, or in any case in a society in which the organizing principle of the activity of individuals is no longer the institution of exchange. If the planning authority plans aggregate output as well as its structure by some form of popular polling combined with historical recourse and combined with the knowledge of human behavior at socially owned distribution outlets, and if everyone gets supplies according with his needs, and if everyone works not in order to obtain these supplies but as a civic duty, then and only then is the law of value put out of commission. Now there are obviously intermittent steps. It could be, for instance, decreed that a citizen in order to get supplies at the communal store must show an identification card proving that he is a worker, but would get anything he wants in any desired quantity. This would be a state in which shades of the quid pro quo are still observable. An undefined and unmeasured quantity of work would be exchanged for an undefined and unmeasured quantity of goods. Assume that even the identification card is dropped, that society takes it for granted that everybody makes his contribution to total output, then indeed the state of scarcity and all exchange are gone, and with them the principle of quid pro quo. In that situation it may still continue to exist as a fossil of a much older past, individuals swapping old books or pictures, or a hunter sharing his deer with the fisherman who caught a salmon. What I am after, primarily, is to stress that what matters from the Marxist standpoint is the principle of quid pro quo, the fact that a society is an exchange society. The formulae of that exchange differ from one historical period and one structure of society to the next. The further away society gets from the institution of exchange, the further it is on the road to socialism. The study of the formulae of exchange must be conducted for the understanding of society in any particular period. To identify, say, the competitive formula with the law of value itself leads to the same error as the identification of competitive capitalism with capitalism itself. Monopoly capitalism is still capitalism, all right, the law of value holds in it, except that the formula has changed. Socialism is still a transitional stage, where the formula is quite different. What do you think of that? I haven't seen this approach anywhere in print. Have you? If you haven't, I would like to publish it somewhere as a little note because it looks to me interesting. But where? I don't want to have anything to do with SNS, it's too recondite for MR. Maybe studies on the left? Ran here into Asher Harrer from FPFCC in SF. He told me that the whole bunch of students who planned a via Mexico summer expedition to Cuba were officially warned by the government that they would all put into jail upon return, and that Washington means biz. Not just reprimand and possible future withdrawal of passport but outright indictment etc., etc. So they all stay at home. May I have the favor of your comments? How is family life in Wilton? Bestest regards for Zyril and all the juniors. Yours. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton. July 19, 1961. Dear Paul. This will be a very quick answer to yours of the 15th in Re Law of Value et al. I won't try to reply to the comments on my CH6 outline now but will make use of them in working on the chapter. There are no serious differences, and some of the points you make can be used to good advantage without any large changes in plan. Only one point now, I wasn't concerned to argue the point as to whether or not a continuing and growing deficit might become a permanent feature of the monopoly capitalist landscape. My point rather was that so far it hasn't become such, and that in estimating the trend of government absorption the important thing to look at is the rising level of government spending rather than the deficit at any time. I think I can make this clearer and avoid an iffy discussion of what might or might not happen at some time in the future, especially since neither of us believes it is at all likely to happen. Your interpretation of the law of value problem is most interesting and certainly worth writing up for publication. Why not submit it to Bernard? I'm sure most Marxist economists look at the air, and it is good for us to publish there from time to time. If Bernard doesn't take it, then will be the time to decide what to do with it next. Maybe the Tokyo Economic Review would be the best idea. As to substance, I agree that your way of looking at the matter is logical and enlightening. The only thing I would insist on is that it is not the only possible way, and not the way Marx himself often looked at it. He explicitly identified law of value with the automatism of the system based on private exchange. In this sense it is closely related, example to Smith's invisible hand on the one side and to his own doctrine of commodity fetishism on the other. It is a much more specific and at the same time more comprehensive notion than your identification of law of value with the principle of quid pro quo, and it does not apply to the effectively planned socialist society even in its early phases. In this sense of the term, law of value and planning are mutually exclusive opposites. I think I was right about this in TCD, though as you rightly say they are not in the quid pro quo sense. Quid pro quo can be included in a planning system and indeed is so ex definition as long as the principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his work applies. The transition to distribution on the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs precisely implies the abandonment of quid pro quoism. But you have all that, at least implicitly, and it only needs to be spelled out. What you do not have, at least in the letter to me, is the distinction between law of value as an automatic mechanism and law of value as quid pro quo. If you include this distinction, and show that different authors have implicitly approached the matter from one angle or the other, you can, I think, put the whole story into proper perspective. That would be a real contribution. Incidentally, there is no need to bring the utility issue into the Smithian deer-beaver example. If it costs 1 hour to kill a deer and 2 to kill a beaver, the only possible stable price is 2 deer for 1 beaver. At any other price it will pay hunters to go for only the overpriced commodity. Only at the 2-to-1 rate of exchange will both commodities come to market in a continuous flow. What is decided by utility, or use value, is whether a larger part of the labor force or a small part goes into deer or beaver hunting. E.g., if deer is the staple food and beaver is used only for making ceremonial hats, then most hunters will go for deer most of the time. But that will in no way affect the exchange ratio. And now to the ROM. More on other matters soon. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. December 16, 1961. Dear Paul. Speaking of Poland reminds me that I had a long interview with Zielinski on Friday, mostly on Opus Point 126. He is an intelligent fellow and I think understood what I was telling him. Where he kept asking questions was on a point that I am sure will be the sticking point for many of our professional colleagues. How do you define socially necessary costs which are to be deducted from total production in order to arrive at the amount of surplus? Is it what costs would be under a regime of competition? But how do you know what they would be, if that is your solution? And if you say that socially necessary costs are those which would obtain in a rationally planned society, that doesn't help much either, because presumably the composition of output would be very different in a rationally planned economy. I'm afraid I wasn't very successful in answering him. Maybe the best way out is to think in terms of the technologically efficient production of the actual output with the given organization of the economy, making allowance only for that part of production which is evidently and obviously motivated by sales considerations rather than by utility considerations. The trouble is that in a full-fledged monopoly regime, God only knows the mixture of motivations, and in any case one doesn't like to define anything by such shifty and shaky subjective criteria. I wish one of us could come up with an elegant solution of this problem. It is certainly the toughest theoretical nut in the whole basket. /S Paul. P.S. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. December 19, 1961. Dear Paul. Of the crux nature of the Zielinski problem I am fully aware. Number of things need to be remembered. First, one should avoid mixing up definition or rather definability with measurement. I can speak meaningfully of suffering, joy, oppression, exploitation, domination, or even of my liking Mozart more than Irving Berlin without being able to answer the question, how much, and how much more. Secondly, the insistence on clear-cut definitions is in itself perhaps a trap barring further progress of knowledge. Because a really adequate definition presupposes your complete mastery of what is being defined. If we could fully and neatly define cancer or mental disorder, we would eo ipso know all about them. The physicists still cannot really define the smallest particle or for that matter electricity, which does not prevent both the physicians and the physicists from working with heuristic hypotheses in order to arrive at more adequate ones. Translated into the terms of the surplus, all one can say, I think, is the following: society has at its disposal a certain volume of potential input. The size of this input is determined by the natural wealth of the country in question, its available capital stock, and X hours of labor. One could add, if one wanted to, scientific knowledge, managerial and organizational talent and so forth. Now we have two clear-cut facts: part of this potential input is not being utilized, although in the case of material items it could be utilized, and in the case of humans would wish to be utilized. The input yields a certain kind of output. Ideally, both the input and output should be expressible in physical, direct, non-market terms. This cannot be done for obvious index number reasons. Now a further difficulty of which Ricardo, Marx et tout le monde are aware: in order to compare input and output they have to be rendered comparable in a basic qualitative sense. Therefore labor input is simply set equal to some total of wage goods eaten up by the laborers. With this adjustment made, a difference can be struck between society's actual input and its actual output. This difference is the actually observable surplus. The potential surplus is this actually observable surplus plus such output as could be produced if the unused potential input were put into operation. This potential surplus is, however, only potential surplus cateris paribus, i.e. within the capitalist system. The moment we move away from the capitalist system, the whole thing begins to shift because both inputs and outputs change. It is therefore very hard, if not impossible, to identify the magnitude of the potential surplus under capitalism using criteria from outside capitalism. But do I have to, except for developmental planning under socialism within the first few years? It cannot be repeated often enough that the economic surplus as we use it is not a positive but a critical concept, a tool of analysis with the help of which one should be able to see clearer the fetishistic obfuscations of capitalism rather than make NBER-type calculations. It is not uninteresting in that connection that the uninstructed man in the street understands this aspect of the matter very much easier than the hair-splitting because ideologically befogged economist. The economic surplus in socialist not in capitalist terms is the sum total of output imputable to misused input, and by misused I mean here exploited in the Marxian sense, wasted in our sense, unemployed in the Keynesian sense. This share of output is constantly growing under monopoly capitalism. Question: what do you mean by wasted? This they all know perfectly well, and if they ask it's only to create a diversionary movement. More specifically, it is all output that is not conducive to and not required for the health, happiness, and development of man. Who is to decide what is so conducive and so required? Man himself, when society permits him to think, to choose with his head and with his heart rather than be chosen for by other people's neither heads nor hearts but pocketbooks. To give a complete, statistically calculable, and comprehensive definition would demand our knowing the structure, the tastes, the volitions of man in a socialist society. This was refused by Marx, this we still have to refuse today, although certain developments in the Soviet Union as well as certain aspects of the new program permit now some concrete glimpses. Again, critically and negatively, no air-conditioned nightmares like Chase Manhattan BDGs, no motorized monsters to the tune of 60 million, no rape of the country by superhighways and billboards, no. 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 It should be all neatly figured out and aggregated with the help of non-existing and unknown prices. Just like asking Einstein to give an exact calculation of an A-bomb impact at a time when he was working on his relativity theory. They want to get from the statistical abstract the data for the socialist economy and society, which is nothing but a negation of the essential novelty of that society. Il me faut retourner à mon travail. Thought for the week: when reason turns into common sense turns against reason. Merry Christmas and tout à vous. Bestest for Cyril, Jenny, Sammy, how is Irma? Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto CA. January 4, 1962. AM up to my neck in education, the material is absorbing, and the real difficulty is sorting, condensing, and highlighting. I sent you a quote from Hollingshead 127, if you have a possibility, get hold of the book, it is absolutely superb. He knows the entire score, chooses to say 75% of what he knows, but this is enough. If men and women of ideals who hope to make the American dream a reality in the lives of American boys and girls think that Elmstowners have failed in some measure to make this dream a fact, they should realize that the society and its culture should be indicted rather than the Elmstown Board of Education, the teachers, preachers, youth leaders, parents, or adolescents. These people act as intelligently as they know how to. They act as good Americans trying to respond to the needs of real-life situations in terms of the definitions they have learned in the culture. It is the culture which makes men face toward the facts of the class system and away from the ideals of the American creed. And he knows that what is at issue ain't not culture, but the bloody system which underlies it. I wish there would be at least one economist around with so much insight and honesty. Started teaching today and feel worse than Bimbo Dog who went to the vets because of acute constipation. Except Bimbeka will be helped and I won't. The 120 course is huge, I get spasms when I start lecturing and the prospect of having to do this plus economic development makes me miserable. May's Rena Fair. All the bestissimo, love. S/Paul. PAB to PMS. January 9, 1962. Dear Paul. You must have a good look at Kuznets, Capital in the American Economy, Princeton University Press, 1961 for NBER. He argues the precise opposite of our thesis, continual undergeneration of surplus with ample investment opportunities if there were only enough savings. The whole thing looks to me real mad in the light of unemployment and excess capacities. We must take cognizance of the thing, and it is my impression that the appearance of the book is most fortunate because it lends itself particularly well to a really hard knock which would be approved of even by the most circumspect Keynesian. I don't think one should review it now, but it is part of what is needed to give the opus a valuable tonic. Write to me about it, please. Am going tomorrow to Santa Barbara. In haste, class at 10 a.m. Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. January 16, 1962. Dear Paul. I have read in one evening's gulp the little book by Carr, and the reflections which it set off intermingled with what was brewing in my head after the 2 days in Santa Barbara. What I mean is that somehow or other we fail to communicate. We speak while no one listens. In other countries and in other days it could have been said, that addressing ourselves to the workers we need not worry about the reactions of the refined and cultured crowd and their niceties, but have to be certain that what we say is right and contributes to the crystallization and clarification of proletarian self-consciousness. It certainly cannot be said that this is our function hic et nunc. The only audience that exists is the refined crowd or those who aspire to belong to it, and that crowd just plainly and simply ignores us. The answer is not more proficiency in the use of the Aesopian language, in more delicatesse and more refinement in the mode of expression. This does not solve the problem because calling a spade has not merely an informative, communicative function but also plays a major and indeed all-important cathartic role. Just as in the process of psychoanalysis a coitus must be explicitly referred to as coitus and not as a nice date, pleasant engagement, or a wonderfully spent evening, so in ideological matters it is not enough to hint at the truth, to make people swallow the truth like castor oil between two strata of orange juice. It is important to raise the truth from the level of polite conversation to that of genuine realization. The gentility of expression, the mild, ironic, subtle allusion, admirable as they are from the standpoint of craftsmanship, turn themselves into a form of resistance, and to perpetuate it. You cannot speak of progress in psychoanalysis if the patient, after God knows how many months of treatment, still cannot pronounce the word vagina without suffering a heart attack, even if he is fully prepared to talk freely about an embrace in which she and I became integrated into a totality. This is not the advocacy of using four-letter words, but merely a statement that a phobia against those words is an index of a profound malaise. And this the Cold War has apparently accomplished even among the best. You can hint, imply, allude to the necessity of a socialist solution, you can go to the limit of necking and petting, you must not even mention the horrible thing itself. From this operation one derives vicarious satisfaction. Some listeners in the know smile at each other and say how cunning the majority does not know what in hell it is all about, and how does this philosopher differ from the other philosopher in his interpretation of the world. That same needs to be changed and not merely reinterpreted remains to them as unknown as it was before. Thus Ping Ferry in a good and insightful paper says lots of perfectly correct things, but would bathe in cold sweat if you were to suggest to him that he is writing prose, that he is really making a case for socialist planning. Nor is this a merely expositional quibble. If we did not know the author and that he is perfectly good guy, it would be very easy to interpret his address as a plea for fascism. Law and order and government and planning, a perfect formula for a fascist corporate state. By avoiding to call a spade in so many words, by studiously eliminating all references to socialism, those perfectly well-meaning people pave the ideological road to something that they are far from intending. This is the danger with Ferry, with Peel, with many others. 128 They take capitalism for granted a tout prix but want it to perform as if it were socialism. But capitalism preserved cum planning, cum regulation on the part of the government is bound to be a system of some fascistoid nature ex definition. Need not be German, nor even Italian, although Mussolini prior to his marriage to Hitler comes damn close to it. The Carr case is different. What he argues, I think, is as nearly correct as you can make it without letting the cat out of the bag. And the weakness of the thing is precisely that the cat is kept in the bag. Hence his very ambiguous treatment of what reason is, although it is a good thing that he is for it, hence his equally ambiguous acceptance of progress without saying what it is that constitutes it. The cat out of the bag would have helped him so much to be more precise, more clear-cut, more definite. As it stands, it is brilliantly done, full of learning and reading, but still remains a contribution to the dialogue among historians, the refined ones, with the cathartic effect completely lacking. One should be grateful for small favors, to be sure, but intellectually it is terribly frustrating. And again, us being so because in the world of the refined ones, it is not insignificant and not merely narcissistically relevant, that our names do not appear in the index, although both of us on various occasions have expressed precisely what Ted is saying now. I do not know what the answer is. Perhaps the only available one is to say to hell with the refined public, let's write for the Cubans, the Ghanaians, the peoples of the future. Still, there always remains the irrational perhaps, but nonetheless irrepressible longing for being at least listened to by one's immediate neighbors. By the way, I ordered 40 copies of Carr in the bookstore and assigned it as a must to the economic development class. So much for now. Must return to my MS, a page a day keeps major depressions away. Right? Conamore. /S Paul. P.S. PAB to PMS. January 18, 1962. Dear Paul. For the purpose of my talk at Santa Barbara, and in order to answer the continually recurring question on the part of liberals, intellectuals, grad students, etc. on what they should do, I tried to distill the following 3 propositions in connection with the question: is eco-DVPT of U/DC's possible come democracy? There is no possibility of rapid and rationally organized economic growth and development in underdeveloped countries without a social revolution permitting the organization of comprehensive economic planning for the benefit of society as a whole. Comment: this is not a value judgment, or expression of preference but a scientific, factual statement, the validity of which is proved by the historical record, and theoretical considerations of all open-minded economists working in the field. Whether it is Dobb or Chenery, the linear programming people or Joan Robinson, the consensus in general that planning, synchronization and coordination of investment projects, maximal use of economies of scale and external economies, strict husbandry of the available and mobilizable surplus constitute sine qua nons of economic growth which is both rapid and moving in a rational direction. Second comment: this proposition can only be rejected if it is questioned that economic growth of U/DCs is desirable. The assertion that it is desirable is, indeed, a value judgment, the discussion of which can be safely eschewed. If American intellectuals, liberals, etc., wish to remain respectable in the emerging U/D world and retain some claim to being heard with esteem, they must disassociate themselves unequivocally and vigorously from all defense of private property in the means of production. If this is not done or done with insufficient outspokenness, they must remain suspect of grinding the axes of capitalist interests and be accused of being either paid scribes of moneyed interests or naive dupes of capitalist ideology. This is what differentiates Western acts and pronouncements from those of the Sioux. Whatever bad the latter does is never tainted with the possibility that it is done in order to protect private property in the means of production. This explains why Belgrade Conference reacted as it did to the resumption of A-testing by Moscow 129, and this explains the difference in reaction in the U/DCs, say, toward Hungary on one side and Cuba on the other. If American intellectuals, liberals, etc. would accept and, they could effectively work towards the minimization of violence engaged in during the transition from the present to the future socio-economic order in the U/DCs, and thus fulfill a humanitarian principle to which they profess to be committed. Preservation of as much civil liberty, freedom of the individual, of speech, discussion and press as is possible under the conditions of a revolutionary transition, and thus serve the cause of democracy to which they also profess to be committed. Comment: 3 and 3 indicate the only available avenue of truly progressive action at home, i.e. exercising as much pressure as is feasible on the American authorities to refrain from supporting retrograde interests and forces in the U/DCs and from providing them with the means of violent resistance, sabotage, terror, etc. Second comment, herein and not in support and advocacy of aid to the U/DCs in their present state lies a possibility of doing something useful. Not because U/DCs could not very well use capital and consumer goods from here, but because under prevailing conditions all such aid is explicitly aimed at stabilizing reactionary regimes and strengthening the ruling class's resistance to the inevitable and mandatory social revolution. Herein difference between a genuinely progressive and historical attitude toward aid as against do-goodism of all kinds. All this perhaps banal and trite, but has a certain virtue of clarity and simplicity. Could be made perhaps into an article. No time at the moment, but en principe. What do you think of that? Show it, please, also to Hubie, since he asked me about the SB speech. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. January 22, 1962. Dear Paul. Your letter in REU/DC's Rec this AM. Absolutely first-rate and ideal for German, French, and US editions of PEOG. I offer only the following comments. 1. The second comment under has something of the non sequitur about it. The comment preceding holds quite regardless of whether one judges development of U/DCs to be desirable or not. 2. What needs to be established with quotes and documentation, and not merely by assertion, is the substance of comment. And I would not phrase it as applying to all open-minded economists working in the field. What is at issue is not their open-mindedness but their competence and understanding. I would say something like, it is the increasing consensus of the best authorities in the field regardless of their own political preferences. And then quote from a number at different points of the political compass. 3. To American intellectuals, liberals, etc. under and should be explicitly added Western European socialists. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. January 29, 1962. Dear Paul. In talking about growth plus investment in my grad class, I speculated with them on the following: to an apple cart pusher in the XVIth or 19th century, the merchant or manufacturer who laid in an inventory, fixed up his store, put in displays etc., must have looked like a most irrational, not profit-maximizing entrepreneur. The cart pusher maximized his returns during the day. An idea of having $100 tied up for a long period, or of selling today with a loss in order to build up goodwill for tomorrow appeared to him either to be entirely cockeyed or never appeared to him at all. Now the textbook analysis of profit maximization moves on the same ground as that of the apple cart pusher when what is confronted is the profit maximization policy of the large-scale corporation. Viner had a notion of it when he introduced his envelope curve, but he left that curve essentially ill-defined and therefore the whole problem up in the air. Let us assume, however, that the corporation of the Oli/Mono type operates with what one might call a planning horizon. This planning horizon is de rigueur longer than that of a competitive firm of old. Maximization of profits within that planning horizon becomes an altogether different proposition and may actually violate the canons of profit maximization of the competitive firm. What I mean is, that such an oligopoly/monopoly firm can actually, say, disregard existing excess capacity, and keep investing in new technology, etc. because this would be rational over the planning horizon, without necessarily being rational at this moment or in the course of the next year. This clearly raises the question: how long is the planning horizon? Could be the set of expectations of the present management, 25 years, or God knows what. Now with this idea in my head, I approached today Nerlov, and asked him what he as a mathematicus thought of this point. 132 answers. 1. Most important and illuminating, but not original, Vernon Smith in a book on investment decisions published last year by Harvard U Press has precisely formulated and explored this very hypothesis. Point 131 More important. 2. Vernon Smith did just what I did, but KJ Arrow and he, Nerlov himself, are working on a model in which the planning horizon is assumed to be infinite. the corporation considers itself an eternal unity which maximizes its net worth in eternity and ever after without regard to the fleeting maximization considerations besetting the competitive firm. So I hit apparently upon a theme which is in the mainstream of illuminated thought. There are interesting pitfalls in all of this. If in the first, finite, case the joker is the length of the planning horizon, in the second, infinite, case, the joker is the discount factor. Nerlov agreed that this indeed is so, and told me to talk to Arrow who is in charge of that problem. I'll do so, and report to you, although I am not quite clear as yet on the meaning of the infinite horizon. But maybe Arrow will elucidate it for me. I think that you ought to get hold of the Smith book and have a look at it. If you cannot, I'll get it. What is important in all of this is that this approach to the matter enables us to state our position fully in keeping with modern thought, to wit, the corporations are perfectly rationally maximizing if they introduce technology, invest, etc. even in the presence of excess capacity, etc. They just maximize over the planning horizon. They can shift taxes, etc. which would be impossible in terms of short-run textbook maximization because this is not the relevant frame of reference. By the way, one student told me that Musgrave has shown somewhere that the corps as a whole shift at least one-third of the corp taxes. 132. This sounds most sensible because it allows for the competitive corps which cannot do so. He promised me to get the reference. All this is most interesting and fits beautifully with the opus main theses. There are lots of other things to write about, but I'll break here and continue later. Gut Besserung, which wish is, I trust, outdated. Love. /S Paul. This by the way could account for tremendous stability and instability of the whole system because a collective change in the planning horizons or rather their contents could bring the whole thing down simultaneously. If they all expect a 3% rate of growth armaments assistance, the disappearance of the latter may suddenly make them scratch their heads and change the planning horizon to something quite different. PMS to PAB. Dear Paul, I have run into a sort of impasse in CH6 and am going to stop for a moment to try to sketch out the general architecture of the thing for your comment. First, I try to show that the old notion that whatever the government takes must come out of private surplus no longer holds under monopoly capitalism. Where there are idle resources, additional surplus can be produced without any encroachment. The mechanism whereby this is done is simply a constantly expanding budget, with or without deficits is a secondary question. 2. This means that within the framework of monopoly capitalism most everyone gains from more spending and taxing, and this explains why there is no political opposition worth mentioning to the trend. Since its interruption would threaten the very existence of the system, it follows that whether or not there will be steadily mounting government spending is not a question. The only real question is, on what? 3. The liberal answer is on whatever we want to spend it on, and on this basis they argue for a welfare state, etc. But this begs the real question, which is not how we want to spend it but how it does and must get spent under monopoly capitalism. 4. To answer this you have to look first at the political system of monopoly capitalism, and more specifically at the political system of the American version. 5. En general, the preferred political system for all kinds of capitalism is bourgeois democracy. Here votes are the nominal source of power, money the real source. There is a latent contradiction here which may become real. When it does, the moneyed oligarchy scraps the system and resorts to direct authoritarian rule. Many recent examples. 6. The US system is one of bourgeois democracy, democratic in form, plutocratic in content. But one must not get the idea from this that the machinery of government is merely a screen behind which a handful of industrialists and bankers sit making policies and giving orders. Matters are much more complex than that. 7. The Founding Fathers themselves were acutely aware of the latent contradiction in the democratic form, the possibility that the people might attempt to turn their nominal sovereignty into real power, and took great precautions to keep it under control. In addition, the system developed in a context of numerous and often bitter struggles among various sections of the moneyed classes, which moreover had never been united, as they had in Europe, by a common struggle against feudal power. As a result, the governmental institutions which have taken shape in the U.S. have been heavily weighted on the side of protecting the rights and privileges of minorities of the property-owning minority as a whole against the people and of various groups of property owners against each other. There is no need or possibility to review the story here: how the system of checks and balances was written into the federal constitution, how states' rights and local autonomy became fortresses of vested interests, how political parties evolved into vote-gathering and patronage dispensing machines without program or discipline. What interests us is the outcome, which was already largely shaped before the end of the 19th century. The United States became a sort of utopia for the private sovereignties of property and business. The very structure of government prevented effective action in many areas of the economy or social life, and in most others the system of political representation combined with the absence of responsible political parties to give a veto power to temporary or permanent coalitions of vested interests. Under these circumstances, the positive role of government tended to be narrowly confined to a few functions, extending the national territory and promoting the interests of U.S. property owners abroad. 133 Where the decisive nature of U.S. foreign relations from earliest times is correctly appreciated, perfecting and protecting property rights at home, carving up the public domain among the most powerful and insistent private claimants, providing a minimum infrastructure for the profitable operation of private business, passing out favors and subsidies in accordance with the well-known principles of the log roll and the pork barrel. Up until the New Deal period of the 1930s, there was never even any pretense that the welfare of the lower classes was a particular concern of government. On the contrary, the dominant ideology held that any reliance on government for income or services was demoralizing to the individual, contrary to the laws of nature, and ruinous to the system of private enterprise. 8. This was the situation which prevailed at the time of the collapse of the boom of the 1920s. We have already seen that only a small increase in the relative importance of government spending had taken place since the turn of the century, and in the next chapter we shall see why this was nevertheless on the whole a period of capitalist prosperity. But with the coming of the Great Depression, the need for government to play a larger role suddenly became acute. How was this need met in the liberal New Deal period? In order to answer this question we construct Table 6-5, which is exactly like Table 6-4 except that it compares 1929 with 1939 instead of with 1957. Table 6-5. Government spending. 9. The changes which took place between 1929 and 1939 are obviously in sharp contrast to those which took place between 1929 and 1957. Even though World War II had already begun before the end of 1939 and American involvement was clearly a possibility, defense purchases were still of quite minor importance. Both categories of civilian spending, non-defense purchases and transfers, increased sharply relative to GNP. Of the total increase in government spending relative to GNP during the decade of the 1930s, more than 60% was in the area of non-defense purchases and more than 30% in transfers, less than 10% in defense purchases. 10. Here, it might seem, is proof that the problem of inadequate surplus absorption can be solved, as the liberals claim, by increased government spending for welfare purposes. Actually, of course, it is no such thing. Not that we wish to call in question the welfare goals which the increases in government spending during the New Deal period were intended to serve. It is true that a large part of these outlays were in the nature of salvage operations for depression-threatened property owners of various sizes and descriptions. 134 But also much of genuine value for the non-owning classes was accomplished or at least initiated. But all of this is essentially beside the point. What was wrong with the government spending of the 1930s as a solution to the surplus absorption problem was not its direction but its magnitude. There was just not enough of it to come anywhere near offsetting the powerful depressive forces at work in the private sector of the economy during that decade. Measured in current dollars, government spending increased from $10.2 billion in 1929 to $17.5 billion in 1939, i.e. by more than 70%. At the same time, however, GNP declined from $104.4 billion to $91.1 billion, and unemployment as a percentage of the labor force grew more than fivefold from 3.2% to 17.2%. 11. Regarded as a salvage operation for the U.S. economy as a whole, the New Deal was a clear failure. Even Galbraith, the prophet of prosperity without war orders, had to admit that the goal was not even approached during the 30s. Quote passage from American Capitalism about the Depression never ending but just merging into the war boom. 12. War spending accomplished what civilian spending failed to accomplish. From 17.2% of the labor force, unemployment declined steadily to a minimum of 1.2% in 1944. The other side of the coin was an increase of government spending from $17.5 billion in 1939 to $103.1 billion in 1944. We do not suggest that in peacetime an increase in spending of this magnitude would have been needed to produce the indicated decline in unemployment. During the war, private spending of course had to be restrained in a variety of ways. If it had not been, near full employment would have been reached at a considerably lower level of government spending. But it is quite obvious that a very large increase over the 1939 level, probably of the order of a doubling or tripling, would have been required. Why was such an increase not forthcoming during the whole depressed decade? Why didn't the New Deal accomplish what the war proved to be within easy reach? 13. The answer, we believe, is that by 1939 the increase of non-defense spending had for all practical purposes reached its outer limits. The obstacles and pressures obstructing further expansion were too strong to overcome. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. February 1, 1962. Dear PAB. The only thing I was able to accomplish in that period was to peruse the Kuznets volume Capital in the American Economy. Apart from the purely statistical work, which is doubtless useful and which I don't know enough to criticize anyway, it is an incredible performance. Keynes might just as well never have existed, and there doesn't seem to be even any awareness that the Great Depression presents problems. The shortage of savings theory of the slowdown in the rate of capital formation is adopted because it is difficult to assume that there are long-run limitations on the supply of capital investment opportunities, and because the alternative approach, which emphasizes the supply of savings, seems more plausible and more fruitful as an analytical lead. That is literally all the theoretical justification there is. That population growth and technological change open up vast investment outlets is taken for granted in the most naive possible way. Despite a few passages which might be interpreted otherwise, the tacit assumption that Say's law and full employment continuously prevail dominates everything. It is really dumbfounding. Two conclusions seem inevitable: Kuznets is a fool, and Kuznets is a knave. The latter because the study and a whole set of monographs on which it is based were, as a special note in the front matter makes clear, made possible by a grant from the Life Insurance Association of America. The coincidence between the conclusions reached and those which the Life Insurance Association would obviously like to have reached is much too close to be accidental. I wonder if our colleagues like Tarshish and Dupree, who at least once knew something learned from Keynes and the 30s, will be able to swallow this. Anyway, I will try to do the thing justice in the historical chapter. It is the clearest sign yet of intellectual and moral bankruptcy in the profession. For the rest, one of the most striking features of the volume is its incredible dullness. I dread having to read certain chapters more carefully before writing about what's in them. Your letter in Replanning Horizon Phenomena Rect. I agree that this is a useful way of putting the matter, and I will try to get hold of the Vernon Smith book when I get onto that range of subjects again. Only I think you have to be careful fitting things like mounting excess capacity into a schema rationalized from the individual firm's point of view. Even in the most developed monopoly capitalism, no one plans for overall results. The most irrational aggregative outcome can be the result of the most rational possible planning by the individual units. I don't need to stress this contradiction between partial rationality and total irrationality to you, but it is terribly important never to forget it even for a moment. More soon, love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto, CA. February 4, 1962. Dear Paul. 1. What you say about Kuznets is absolutely right. Don't forget, however, that even the best have recently been busily engaged in the Keynesian counter-revolution. Joan Robinson, with her characteristic inconsistency, Calder et tutti quanti, talk about nothing else but long-run full employment equilibrium, which serves as the basic assumption and which gets them right back to Say's law cum tegen Baranowski. Once they put the system into orbit, postulate that all the relevant ratios are fairly constant with consumption and investment changing very little if at all, there is no reason why it should not rotate like a Sputnik ad INF. The only difference which actually exists today between the Keynesians and the non-Keynesians is what Salo referred to when he talked about the system slipping off the razor's blade's edge path and starting to plummet down. The Keynesians would like the government to jump in, the non-Keynesians think that monetary policy or something like it could do the trick. I don't think that there is anyone which believes that the system has enough built-in mechanisms to restore the long-run full employment equilibrium. This is perhaps the only lesson which has still remained from the Keynesian upheaval. It is interesting to note that even the most committed Keynesians slide more and more into the non-Keynesian camp by two maneuvers. They scale down what might be called full employment. 4% unemployment is now considered to be dandy, make it 15% and there ain't no problem no more, and they discover the beauties and virtues of various market adjustments. Cf. Tarshi's meaningless article where he suddenly restores the rate of interest to its Marshall-Lean status and in so doing sets up assumptions which negate 30 years of economic thinking, perfect competition, perfect capital markets and the devil knows what. Entirely incidentally, did you ever give some thought to the swindle which is being perpetrated by using the % hashtag of the labor force to indicate the size of unemployment? The labor force includes all gainfully employed, small bizmen, doctors, lawyers, and you and me. I figure that at least 1/4 of the entire labor force is not at all subject to the employment-unemployment dilemma, and probably 1/4 is an understatement. This means actually that when you talk about industrial manpower sensu stricto, the ratio of unemployed is very much higher. It is much more meaningful at the present time to talk about absolute numbers than about ratios. The most extraordinary and pitiful thing is to see how the economics brethren don't even follow the price index but fall into a serious lag behind the price index. They are now organizing their theories in keeping with post-war prosperity at a time when creeping stagnation is already visible to anyone who cares to look. Did you notice Lampman's findings on reconcentration of wealth and C reported in the January 27 Business Week, 135? 2. What I wrote in Replanning Horizon does not refer to the system as a whole, you must have misunderstood me. I do not assume or even suggest that there is some planning effort for the whole capitalist class or anything of the sort. All I am asking is the following question: if it is in the nature of the vast, impersonal entity, the corporation, to plan not in terms of a year or even 5 years, but in terms of something very much longer, does not such an orientation change qualitatively the profit maximization strategy? In other words, do not certain decisions become understandable which in terms of the textbook maximization policy appear puzzling? In still other words, could not, for instance, investment be justified in the light of the very long run which appears nonsensical in the presence of excess capacity? Doesn't it become sensible to talk, say, about tax shifting when you think in terms of a long planning horizon, while it looks like a straight violation of the maximization principle in the short run? Take the automobile case. Right after the war, the Detroit companies could have charged a $1,000 more per car in the years when there were long queues of anxious buyers. Immediate profit maximization would have indicated that this is what they should do. Thinking in longer terms, they were undoubtedly wise in foregoing the super profits of the day for the sake of continuity, stability, the customer's goodwill and what have you. I am sure, one could find lots of examples where it is unprofitable to do something in the short run and very profitable if the long run is considered. All the best, love. S/Paul. PAB to PMS. February 20, 1962. Dear Paul. MS read and perused. It is very good, and requires probably very little fixing. In the analysis of the political process one could probably very effectively add a few trenchant quotations from Beard, The Economic Interpretation, Hofstadter, American Political Tradition and a few others. I have those passages marked and can supply them to you readily. A few sentences on the ideology formation may also be profitably added. When it comes to the discussion of education and housing, there is a little bit of an overlap with the quality of society stuff, but this can be later taken care of. Thus for instance Hollingshead's statement probably should not be quoted twice. On the other hand your very pertinent remarks on the reasons for discrimination in the educational system may well be transferred to the section on education with a suitable remark directing the reader to that section. But all this is a matter for final polishing which need not be bothered with at this stage. One minor point, on p.7fn you remark that only losses and profits of public enterprises enter government spending totals. What about the capital outlays themselves? As long as we do not have two budgets, capital and current but only one, the outlay on building the post office or TVA enters the current budget, doesn't it? Last night two editors of Stanford Daily turned up on the premises and announced to me that they have decided to run a series of articles on academic freedom and see as related to Stanford. For this noble purpose they resolved to take my case and go into it deeper. The astounding thing is that they proceeded to see the Director of Public Relations, and this gentleman turned over to them a huge file of letters from all and sundry protesting bitterly your and mine teaching here, with all of those letters accompanied by carbons of answers emanating from Sterling and his various underlings. They gave me that stuff to look at, and the answers were more distressing than the letters. After a few high-sounding sentences about the freedom of speech and inquiry which make up a great university, the argument becomes much more concrete and states that as far as you were concerned, no reason for worry, only a temp. Appointment, too bad it happened, as far as I am concerned, unfortunately they are stuck with me in view of tenure and if I came up for appointment today no such error would be made. All this reduces the academic freedom claptrap to what it is, hypocritical rubbish. This by the way after some statements in some letters speaking of both us as scholars well thought of by their peers and see. All of this hardly worth talking about, except that the publication of such a series of articles will stir up some more to do around here, and will make my situation worse than it is already. I told them that I have no particular comments to make on all of this, that the letters speak for themselves and that they should base their argument on those letters rather than on an interview with me. They very much want to implicate me, and the end was that they promised me to show me a draft of what they are going to publish and not publish stuff to which I would object. The whole business will come up while I am gone with the result that I won't be able to answer anything if an answer should be required. Not letting sleeping dogs sleep may easily result in their getting real mad and starting to bite, and I get more and more the impression that the time is coming very close when quitting the whole mess will become the only possible solution. But how go about that? Erst kommt das Fressen und dann die Moral, as Bert Brecht profoundly remarked, and mit dem Fressen it ain't not simple at all. In spite of all one's rationality, it burns one up to the point of intolerability. Although I fully share your distaste for Messrs. B and S attitude. Is a characteristic beginning of the great university's reply. But never without something comical. One trustee answers that he would find it somewhat awkward to swing into action in the B&S matter because he has extensive economic interests in Cuba and other countries of Latin America which may give people the absurd notion that he ain't fully objective. Solution: the complaining alumnus should write to Mr. X who is also on the board of trustees but whose biz interests are strictly domestic. Are they knocking off Jugun in BG? I cannot get the story straight. Looking forward to hearing from you soon, I remain your most obedient servant. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. March 13, 1962. Dear Paul. No limits to my gratitude for your prompt editing of the foreword. The MS arrived early this morning. I worked on it most of the day, and fixed it up according to your advice. 1 or 2 pages in the sinological part are new writing which will call once more for the red pencil, but this will be relevant only to the American edition, for the translator's stylistic perfection is probably almost immaterial. In any case, when I get the stuff back from the typist, I'll send you the stuff for Hubie and hold what is to go to Europe until I hear from you concerning those passages which are new and which will be appropriately designated. Again, many thanks. The attached piece on excess capacity is very interesting. I saw here Garland the other day, and he told me that it was he who worked on it together with his uncle. 136 He plans to make a dissertation out of it. I actually suggested to him that topic some time ago and may succeed in turning out an interesting study. The article, as it stands, but even as it might be edited, seems to me hardly suitable for MR. Too damn technical. But what bothers me substantively about the thing is that, although it quotes with approval Steindl, it doesn't come to grips with the Steindl thesis, to wit, that the mounting excess capacity puts of necessity a brake on investment. The latter apparently does not quite happen. Question: why? 2 answers would need to be examined: whether technological progress so drastically reduces costs that the excess capacity is not really excess capacity in the economic meaning of the word. In other terms, is the estimate of 1% increase of capital efficiency an underestimate for the current period? And whether in the general transition of the economy to ever-increasing waste, investment other than in plant and equipment is not growing much more important than good, old productive investment. There is clearly little meaning to the whole notion of excess capacity when it comes to military-oriented investment, and the notion that investment in distribution, advertising etc. is minor is, I think, wrong. The whole suburbia apparatus with supermarkets, filling stations, etc., probably eats up a hell of a lot of investment in any case, an increasing share of the total. If you should decide to use it for MR, it would have to be cut in half and completely rewritten. Not sure that it's worth it for Mr. Readers. But we can certainly use the stuff for the opus, where it belongs. We'll send later the paper of Kaysen on automobiles which I got today. Most illuminating and eminently quotable. 137. Tomorrow last classes and then exams. More later, love. /S Paul. P.S. Don't quite understand how excessive depreciation allowances increase profit after taxes in the long run. Once the equipment is written off, it cannot be depreciated any further and profits accordingly increase. Only in the case in which the written-off equipment is sold, can the gains be transformed into capital gains, and then made subject to capital gains taxes. Otherwise, it is not clear to me what happens if one should assume that tax rates do not change. No obvious advantage in quick depreciation, except for reduction of risk, but this is a different matter. It may promote investment in areas where steady demand cannot be assumed, but cannot influence profits. Or am I wrong? PAB to PMS. Stanford. March 22, 1962. Dear Paul. The death of CWM reported this morning in the Chronicle upset me no end. He was only 48 years old, looked like a real oak tree when I last saw him, was full of strength, energy, and enterprise. His first attack came exactly at the same time as mine, and now he is gone. Since the profession will probably pay little, if any, attention to his passing away, maybe MR ought to publish an obituary. He was after all the best that American or, for that matter, bourgeois social science in general has to offer. It occurs to me that perhaps Hans Gerth, his teacher and collaborator for many years, might want to write something about him, although, I think they were estranged in the last years of CWM's life. 138. All the best, yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. March 23, 1962. Dear Paul. Now to the substance, where I make the observation that the competitive, welfare and pig-oriented economists had to balk at considering monopoly profits to be costs of production, it would be kind of cute to make a FN saying that it was Scumpy who performed the theoretical tour de force of adjusting economic theory to the requirements of monopoly capitalism by treating even monopoly costs as necessary costs of production via the device of stressing their dynamic virtues as outweighing their static vices. Indeed, if monopoly profits are indispensable to obtain technical progress, innovations etc., and if eventually they are washed out by the perennial gale, then they are parts and parcels of social costs of production and growth on the fundamental assumption that Kapitalism über alles. Another punct, reading Hans Bethe's testimony in D.C., I was struck by the consideration that the power of dialectic is truly stupendous. The economic requirements underlying military spending come now to interfere even with the ostensible purpose of that spending itself, namely providing a good military establishment. If in order to spend lots of dollar one does militarily something which is in conflict with something that would be militarily more effective but is much cheaper, then the triumph of dialectics is truly assured. And a third reflection, with the revolution of rising expectations sweeping the underdeveloped countries, not only the ancien regime advocates come into trouble but also socialists. The former because they cannot offer the masses anything but a couple of % annual growth pa. If so much, the latter, because adopting a rational strategy of growth which involves the maximization of the rates of growth over a fairly long planning horizon, they are forced to permit consumption and employment to go up very slowly until the hump is reached, and to loosen up only at a very much later date. In either case, there is no milk and honey flowing in the immediate short run. Crucial difference: in the first case sacrifices and misery without prospect and hope and for the sake of nothing, in the second case, privations hic et nunc but with a mathematically predictable reward in the future. 139. Tell me what you think about all of it. Very much look forward to seeing you soon. Love. /S Paul. P.S. 7. Inflation, imperialism, and the Cuban Missile Crisis. PAB to PMS. Warsaw. April 12, 1962. Dear Paul. The chapter Vienna went very well. Was received very cordially by the amiable, if somewhat dullish, Edward Mars, and had a number of most interesting talks with Steindl, Rothschild, and others. 140 The lecture went off ok although les bourgeois du Parti Socialiste Autrichien et très épate. They are Canadiens, still believe that the new frontier equals New Deal. Interestingly enough, the commies could call me a sectarian too. The position of truth is apparently now firmly lodged between all stools. I got the megalomaniac feeling that it is now upon you and me that the responsibility lies to keep up the Marxian theory malgré tout. The extraordinary irony of the situation is that being precluded by objective circumstances from being in politics, we are the only ones who are free to say what we think is right. I sensed that 6 years ago in India, and now again in Vienna. Maybe truth does not matter unless translated into action. In that case I am writing not to matter and to hope that history will absolve us. Madame O.L. met me at the airport most touching. Since I did not announce the date of arrival, she called the airlines, and tonight dinner at their house with the Kaleckis, Joan Robinson who is here and _______. All the economic stars assemble here in a few days for the U/DC conference, but I won't have anything to do with that. More later. All the best. Much love. /S Your Paul. P.S. By the way, Steindl cum Rothschild both very bright approve 100% of the surplus theory and in particular of interpenetration effect. 141. PAB to PMS. Moscow. April 20, 1962. Dear Paul. I had a few most enjoyable days in Warsaw. The country is booming, people are most hospitable and friendly, and my conversations were interesting and useful. I wished I could have stayed a few days longer. The Moscow stay began rather inauspiciously. My father does not feel well at all and has got to be quite old, spending much time with him is rather trying. His principal theme of conversation is medical, his own health and mine, and there are few other things that tax my patience to the same degree. In addition, I was assigned to a hotel which is way out in the suburbs, terribly far away from everything, and to cap it off, it seems to be impossible to get to see anybody. I would like to get out of here earlier than planned, but there is a major problem with reservations, tickets, etc. We'll see, maybe matters will improve in a few days and I'll get some contacts established. Otherwise it will be a terrible waste of time. I got a very cordial invitation from Belgrade and am thinking seriously to change the whole plan and skipping Tehran, spend some time there. All weighty decisions. I hope you have written here in the meantime and that you are all well. Love. /S Paul. P.S. Please tell Zyril that I saw the Walters in Warsaw and delivered her present. PAB to PMS. April 26, 1962. I haven't heard from you since leaving NY. How are you? The days here are quite hectic, lots of people to see and quite a few interesting conversations. Don't regret at all, my last article should have been, if anything, sharper. 142. The only trouble is that the have is actually more of a have not than one might have thought. Leaving here on May 6th. Love, /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Hotel Metropole. Moscow. May 1st, 1962. Dear Paul. My fountain pen got lost in the traffic and I am confined to this pencil. I am also confined to my hotel room because the May demonstrations engulf the square and to get out is completely impossible, at least until late p.m.143. This gives me a chance to sort out a few thoughts, notes and impressions. The general stimmung around here is, if anything, somewhat melancholic. The first, great thaw is over and now people are taking for granted what only 9 years ago appeared to be genuine liberation, and ask themselves, where do we go from here? Others remain bitter plus ca change plus say lamim chose to certain things people get accustomed rapidly and no longer consider them worth celebrating. The question which one encounters everywhere, what is the historical perspective? Is as familiar as it is distressing. The economic situation is poor with regard to minimal basics, and although this is not noticeable very much in Moscow, is serious elsewhere. All these things are not unrelated, to be sure, but the relation involved is not as simple as our friend Michael likes to see it. Somewhere at the bottom of all is a continuing sense of boredom. This is undoubtedly most prominent among the intellectuals, but affects strongly the man in the street. Not by bread alone. Even if there is plenty of same, or perhaps particularly when there is approximately enough, the very young and the very old are restless. As someone has explained to me, this is now the most literate, the most educated people on earth, and such a people asks for more than the daily editorial. It wants discussion, struggle, search for truth. And it is the most political people on earth. It does not discuss the merits of the Giants vs. Dodgers. It discusses everything tout compres and finds the material offered insufficient. And it finds reality very much worth talking about, the reality at home in everyday's life, and very little encouragement for such conversation. The remarkable thing is that the condemnation of the past has been turned most skillfully into a glorification of the present. On all this there is much to be said. I'll see whether I'll have enough inspiration. Psychically, one thing is clear. One is either made to oppose, to fight, to criticize, or to be part of the establishment. I am definitely no good for any establishment. Scumpy's disturbing, restless intellectual, a nuisance everywhere. Maybe this is the eternal function of the intellectual after all, in all times and in all places. I am leaving here on May 6th and shall write to you from Tehran. Hope that all is well and would like to have more mail. In Stanford apparently some storm from what I hear. Cf. attached editorial from Daily. Could you, perhaps, drop them a note and ask them for the preceding issues which were not sent to me? Just for the sake of curiosity and archives. 144. Write C/Okurichi. I'll get in touch with him. Much love. /S Your Paul. PAB to PMS. Moscow. May 3, 1962. Dear Paul. Had today an all-day conference at the Institute for World Economics with some interesting aspects. They are all very interested in our opus, although I have a strong feeling that it will be received with mixed feelings. Their understanding of monocapitalism is, to say the least, most deficient. I wouldn't be surprised if even the summer issue material should provoke some dissatisfaction, for somewhere at the bottom of it all, there is a great deal of admiration for Das Amerikanische Wirtschaftswunder. 145 The appraisal of the Kennedy administration is on the whole favorable, and many believe the Alliance for Progress etc. represents a genuine change in policy towards a British-type colonial liberalization. The Steele affair has greatly reinforced the pro-Kennedy sentiments, with JFK now being more and more considered to be another FDR. 146 Kind of funny to hear all the arguments of the Tarshis and co. All this goes together with an extraordinary backwardness in economic reasoning which moves on the level of Marshall. Old stories about the country being ruined by deficits etc. etc. Why don't US corporations produce simple, cheap cars if there is demand for them? And similar questions. The Soviet economists, i.e. those working on domestic problems, worry endlessly about the law of value, with God alone comprehending what it is all about. When I suggested that all that matters in my humble opinion are relative prices, the answer is that I forget the substance of prices. Tomorrow a second lecture at the university, this time for the assembled faculty. Wonder what this will be like. In general, not a very elevating picture, and a strong impression that our function is much than one tends to think at home. By the way, if in Cuba, Mexico, etc. we are somebodies, here we are about where we are chez nous. The world is peculiarly round. Leaving here on Sunday, and shall send you a wire concerning my address. Meanwhile, all the best. Love also for Zyril. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. En route to Tbilisi, Tehran. May 7, 1962. Dear Paul. How was your expedition to Mexico? The present part of my trip is quite extraordinary. This is the first time in the relevant past that I have been outside of Moscow, and much becomes clearer when one gets to see, if ever so quickly, what goes on outside. I left Moscow on the plane for Tbilisi and found myself in a southern, semi-oriental atmosphere. The climate is Californian, people are in the streets, and the whole setting is such that one hardly believes to be still in the souk. I got acquainted with a bunch of Georgian students who hang around coffee houses and restaurants, drink wonderful local wine, chase girls, and behave like Italians, French or Arabs. The most striking thing about them is the truly unimaginable nationalism. Georgia is above all, above the neighboring Armenia in particular, but also not to be compared with Russia or anything else. They despise all other nationalities, have until this very day an extremely hostile view of intermarriage, and consider themselves to be the chosen people. They lead a very rich life. Stalin gave them all kinds of bonanzas, including tax exemptions, exceptionally high prices for their products, and provided for them receiving supplies of manufactured goods many times as high as other parts of the Soviet Union. Made me think that the whole problem of nationalism needs to be re-examined. Interesting that an oppressed nation is united in its hatred of the oppressing power. Then comes, after independence, is one class strife and class hatred disrupting national unity, turning nationalism into an ideology of the ruling class and greatly reducing the nationalist fervor of the ruled classes. But after a social revolution, nationalism, instead of declining, receives a new spurt. Now one need not identify oneself with the hated landlord and exploiter. Now one can accept the responsibility for one's entire national community and become nationalistic. The Georgian who hates the Armenian loves now all Georgians. There are no more any bad Georgians. Although Stalin's statue was removed everywhere, it stands proudly in Tbilisi, and they were telling me that the army will have to do the removing job. No Georgian will touch it. He made errors, he loved power, he committed horrible crimes, but he was our man, a Georgian communist, not a prince, not a factory owner, but a son of Georgia, its greatest. In the streets is music, clarinets, recorders, and drums, the students long for jazz and everything Western is a hit. Their chief complaint: boredom. Nothing to do in the evenings, no place to take a girl, no nightlife and no change. Travel, oh only if they could travel. Not that elsewhere is better, but elsewhere is different. They would come back from everywhere. They would return and kiss the earth of Georgia, and they would not want to die anywhere but at home, but see what the world is like. What is the point in traveling in the Sucé la Meme shows but Champs-Élysées, Broadway, Piccadilly Circle? They have read everything. Know more about everything than most people elsewhere. Their expectations are not rising, they are galloping. The voyage from Moscow to Tehran turned out to be quite different from what I was told. From Tbilisi it takes 2 full days on train. I had 4 HRS to have a look at Yerevan, the capital of Soviet Armenia, and to see a magnificent, flourishing countryside. People in Armenia are less affluent, but not too badly off. And an astonishing volume of building. I wish I could spend a few months just looking around here. It is a unique part of the world. More later, much love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. May 6, 1962. Dear Paul. I wrecked your Mayday letter from Moscow this AM. Apparently sending it registered vastly increases the speed and reliability factors. We should remember this for future reference. What you say about the boredom of the intellectuals rings all too true and gives me that uncomfortable feeling I sometimes get that maybe Dostoevsky's underground man is after all the representative human being. Maybe what we can't stand in the final reckoning is that 2 + 2 = 4. Not that everything is perfect there or anywhere else, far from it, but one wonders what the hell would one do if everything were perfect. Oh well, we needn't waste too much time on such worries. Not in the USA anyways. Did I write you that I had a wonderful 4 days in Mexico City? Cecina's exam was a political demonstration. More than 600 people crowded into the biggest auditorium at the School of Economics to listen and applaud, and hundreds more were turned away for lack of space. Silva Herzog was chairman of the committee, and Lombardo Toledano was one of its members. Actually, Cecina's thesis is quite good, contains much interesting information of the extent to which the Mexican economy is dominated by the US giants. The only weakness is that he is terribly addicted to the spider webs which show that Morgan or Rockefeller or Mellon control just about everything under the sun and presumably plot the downfall of decency and morality in a plushy boardroom on Wall. St. Perlo has done much to foster this kind of stuff, the net effect of which is to detract from the credibility of what is otherwise excellent work. I also had a 2-hour interview with Cardenas which I have written up for the June ROM. A really great man who, like Fidel, has come to an absolutely solid Marxist position through his own experience and observation. He was extremely gracious and cordial, and at the end invited me to tour the country with him for 4 days next time I come to Mexico. It is good for one's morale not to be treated like a sobeca all the time. Other events were a long talk with the young novelist Carlos Fuentes, who knows the score very well, will write for MR and advise us on literature by Latin American authors which ought to be translated, and an hour's interview with Arevalo, former president of Guatemala and author of The Shark and the Sardines. Arevalo is a confused romantic who may turn out to be another Betancourt. Back to work. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Tehran. Sepid Hotel. May 9, 1962. Dear Paul. For nearly a day and a half looked out of the train window at the absolutely dismal Iranian countryside. The filth, poverty, and the sickness staring at me from everywhere are indescribable. Spent an hour in a fruit packing plant. Women are working at 25C per day and children 5 years old at 15C. Kids who make errors are beaten by the overseers, and one Azerbaijanian who spoke Russian told me that some days ago an irate factory owner has beaten a little boy to death. Arrived this morning in Tehran, have established some contacts but shall not see anyone until this evening. Turns out that the place is full with American economists headed by Hollis Chenery surveying the aid program. Don't know whether I'll meet any of them and cannot say I am too anxious. Expect to stay here for about a week and then go to Belgrade. If you have a minute, drop me a line C/O Professor Stanovic Pob 750. Around the 22nd I should be in Rome. Don't know yet the name of the hotel, but write either to Nuovi Argomenti, or better still C/O American Express, where I shall be looking for mail. On Teheran etc. later when I know more. Very best regards for Zyril. Much love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Semiramis Hotel. Tehran. Dear Paul. Had to transfer to another hotel, the noise in the first was absolutely unbearable. This one is l'elegant. Attended last night a party to which Mrs. R took me the entire jeunesse dorée of Iran, the likes of which I hardly ever saw. About 40 people, the women no less exquisite than the drinks and food, an orchestra and an infinity of butlers, waiters and bellhops lighting cigarettes. Caviar in pots, delicacies from Tout le Monde and a house which is nothing short of a palace. The rich behave as if it were indeed a feast at the time of a plague. Carpe diem. They all say that this state of affairs is only possible thanks to us. By the way, the establishment of the Ars cum garden and gardeners, cook, maids etc., is something David Rockefeller might envy. A few readers of Piography joke saying that after describing all of this I am coming to have a look at it. As you know, not to exaggerate takes a good deal of self-control in my case. In the case of Iran every exaggeration of the piographic type is an understatement. I'll have a seminar with a bunch of strictly phony economists at the planning outfit, and then a public lecture at the university. A week later they'll hear Ed Mason, who is coming here to survey the work of the planning joint which the Ford Foundation presents to the Shah. It all defies words and description. Never have perfidy, hypocrisy and mendacity reached such proportions. At least Lord Clive said clearly "Chu il faut se in rich essays." But this struggle for democracy in a Trujillo setup is out of any human frame of reference. I am going to spend the last 2 days just looking, and on May 16th off to Athens Belgrade. Con amore. /S Paul. P.S. Hope to find a letter from you in Belgrade. Main disappointment, impossibility of finding contacts with l'autre monde. PAB to PMS. May 18, 1962. The paradox must have been observed by many, nothing drives it home as well as experience. As one gets older, one gains the possibility of doing things and loses at the same time the capacity for doing them. This is Greek tragedy in all its aspects. Taking a trip to the islands, tomorrow off to Belgrade. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Belgrade. May 20, 1962. Dear Paul. Arrived yesterday in Belgrade, was met by Stanovnik and spent the first 2 days sightseeing. It is a nice city, the contrast with Athens is striking, this clearly and obviously the city of the common man, there a playground of domestic and foreign parasites. Whatever messiness and problems there are under socialism, this difference is worth all the trouble that it takes to get a socialist order. The conversations which I have here with Stanovnik and others who were showing me the sights were most revealing. In the big merry-go-round, the Yugos are now moving towards Shlomo's position. The great debate analysis is 100% correct and they are talking in exactly those terms. There may be a possibility of seeing a top man on these matters, would be very interesting. I am going to give one lecture at the Institute of Stanovnik and another at the university, curious how it'll work out. We are well known here, they inquire about your welfare and say both of us should come for a longer stay. The main question, what is the historical perspective for the US $64? Get a hold of the May 7th issue of US News and World Report. There is an authoritative statement by W.W. Rostow in Wither U.S. the most outrageous document I have seen in a long time, eminently quotable. Even conservative Greeks were upset. Leaving on Friday, May 25 for Rome. Temporarily C/O American Express Co., Rome. Hope to get something from you here. All the best. /S your Paul. PAB to PMS. Belgrade. May 23, 1962. Dear Paul. Delivered myself this noon of a lecture at the Stanovnik Institute. The title was Some Observations on the Theory of Imperialism. The reaction was most discouraging. Stony silence, not one single question, not one remark. I never experienced this kind of a reception before, and am puzzled. What did I say that had such a deep freeze effect on the crowd? Maybe it will become clearer when I talk with some of the people later on. The ideological positions here are complex, a peculiar mixture of very primitive Marxism and very far-reaching revisionism. The former applies primarily to questions that have little practical importance, the latter to important problems in foreign and domestic policies. What they are really hipped on is decentralization of everything, with this decentralization assuming grotesque forms. Not only is there really no central plan for the economy as a whole, but no central management of foreign trade, of investment, etc., etc. The federation principle creates a vast multiplication of administrative and economic activities. Every republic has not only a full-dress government of its own, but must have every plant, every type of industry of its own. No discrimination. The result is some peculiar sort of irrationality, with economies of scale unrealized, with cross-handling, cross-administering everywhere. They all recognize that this is a mighty expensive way of doing business, but insist that this is the only politically feasible one. And, indeed, this muddling through type of socialism seems to function in some kind of a way, and the political atmosphere as well as living conditions are as good as they are anywhere. The street gives the impression of being crowded with content people, walking about, laughing and having a good time. There is nothing of the Russian sternness about the whole thing, and in some respects a flair of Cuba. There is apparently some virtue in sheer messiness, and it is perhaps worth paying a price in terms of economic efficiency. To be sure, this price begins to strike them now as being too high, and it looks as if they consider seriously to make a swing away from this nepotism, and to turn to some more rigorous forms of running things. 147 This was the burden of Tito's latest speech. The feelings on all of this are mixed, and so will be probably the results. On the ideological front, the mess expresses itself in the range of views, those regarding the Suez imperialist power all the way to those objecting to the excessive denigration of Stalin. I would have liked to have an opportunity of talking to some top echelon people, but I don't think it'll work out. Too bad. Tomorrow another affair at the economics faculty of the university. Probably not very interesting. I am actually quite glad to go on Friday. One has to stay here either very long, or after a few days one ceases to learn anything new. Terribly hard to comprehend things when there are no clear-cut issues, no sharp alternatives, no definable problems. It all becomes a huge intellectual stew, with description taking continuously the place of analysis, and with a cordial smile serving as an answer to questions on consistency or rationality. Mighty tough. Tonight party chez Stanovnik. All the best. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Hotel Pensione Bella Vista Milton. Rome. May 26, 1962. Dear Paul. Went today to see Karachi to pick up mail and to have a chat. I expected to meet a journalist or writer of some sort, and was mamazed by what I encountered. A grand seigneur inhabiting a part of an absolutely princely palace, the legal counsel of IBM's only important competitor Olivetti, surrounded by servants, butlers, and bellhops. He expected me for a royal lunch and was as gracious and distingué as only imaginable. A communist au fond, he demonstrates one phenomenon which does not exist in the US: a grand bourgeois who is cultivated, widely read, full of ideas and progressive leanings. Was both interesting and profitable. He was most indignant about the rank betrayal of Fultrinelli in general and in regard to PEOG. The SOB went over to the establishment. He published PEOG because of contract only and omitted the preface for the Italian ed. gave it a monstrously unattractive title and priced it out of the market. One should concentrate on Einaudi, who is a decent sort and have nothing to do with Fultrinelli. Rome is as beautiful as ever, the city of all cities except for Peking, and the only thing that is missing, and around here desperately so, is a Romana, who would share and provide for one's delights. Alas, my object of admiration here apparently reciprocates my affection on a minimal scale. I was explained by one lady that in Italy life begins at 40 and replied that it apparently ends at 50. A short span indeed. The Stanford uproar in absentiam is most interesting. I am most pleased not to be around, and can only imagine how pleased they would all be if one of my many planes would crash. On the other hand, getting back will be anything but pleasant. Everyone on the left is talking here about neo-capitalism. This is the watchword of the day. Not too clear what it is that they consider to be neo, but as near as I can figure it out, it is dirigisme, state capitalism and monopoly capitalism. Opus could not be more timely, except that it has to be given a sharp theoretical edge. What I am not certain about, is how much of all this here is simply boom and how much a real structural change of monopoly capital variety. I hope to find out more during the next few days. On Friday I'll give a lecture on the subject and the discussion should be interesting. What is crucially important here is that the whole business has set off a sharp turn to the right in the socialist movement, with lots of talk about planned capitalism, welfare state, and C. The remarkable thing is that the actual development of the last 5 years has apparently greatly disarmed the left. There is a 9% PA growth in industrial output. There is a rapid capitalist development in the south with great differentiation in the village plus kulakization and pauperization and so forth and so on, with the left confused and uncertain where to go and what to say. The Christos are very skillful now and Fanfani's deal with Nani has split everything wide open. With nearly the majority of people socialist and all of the working class around the CP, the tenor of conversation is American. At the same time, $50 to $60 a month is a better than typical wage. All this is mightily confusing and absolutely no theoretical work done by anybody. It certainly got to be a syncretic age of trials and error. No one theorizes anymore and everyone seeking to make the best of a lousy situation and live well. The automobilities has seized Italy, full steam, and the merry 60s are of the same quality as the great American celebration. I must confess that it is hard not to succumb and sitting in the breathtakingly beautiful Piazza Navona not to give everything up and turn to medieval history and art. What is the use? Someone who came back from Prague tells me that there you have the combinations of two worlds, social democratic welfare state a la Sweden come the dullest management of enlightened Stalinism. Surely, a hell of a cocktail. As you see, I am not in the most ebullient of moods, but this like everything else will pass. End of next week I'll be in Paris. Right? /S your Paul. P.S. JFK could win an Italian election hands down. Tsurus has capitalism changed? Has come out here and is causing lots of talk. PAB to PMS. Rome. May 29, 1962. Dear Paul. The stay in Rome thus far rather frustrating. Terribly hard to get hold of people, the office hours are short, in the evenings they are busy and so there is a lot of underutilized time. And I am no good as a tourist, if there is nothing to do I get restless and depressed. But things are beginning to move now, a number of appointments are made and the next few days ought to be more productive. Soccer Cine. Tomorrow Silos will be here and so forth. 148 On Thursday I have a lecture on mono cap. This is the topic now everybody is talking about. As I wrote you, here this is called neo-cap, and the confusion is unbelievable. What it all boils down at this point is that there is a tremendous boom, the state is playing an ever-increasing role in econ affairs and the welfare state is open and officially the program of the Fanfaninani coalition. The labor movement very strong, very militant, with magnificent traditions and full of spirit and vitality becomes progressively disoriented. Since socialism and revolution are not on the historical agenda, What are or should be the policy demands of a mass movement? The old question, what does a revolutionary movement do in a counter-revolutionary situation, is doubly complicated by welfare statism on the part of the bourgeoisie. Thus far Keynes has won the day in Italy more than in the US, and since there are here still vast possibilities of capitalist development much too early for stagnation, the automobile era e.g. is only in its beginning. What is the historical perspective? The country goes actually through the merry 20s with state intervention promising to prevent 1929 to 1933. Under such circumstances the best that can happen is the development of a large Labour Party British style, and this is clearly where the right-wingers want to go. Corsini is apparently the extreme right wing, but others differ from him more in terminology and nuances than in substance. Glorification of JFK, major reappraisal of US policies, peaceful coexistence, etc., etc. The left is helpless, they detest it all, speak of alienation, of cultural decay and other things not unfamiliar to us, but they are losing touch with politics. And whole mess is triply confounded by the fact that the socialist world is clearly going through a major crisis. Reports from everywhere are bad: agriculture, food, political dissatisfaction, etc., etc. And this obviously does not help the left. Also lots of critical remarks about the U/DCs, where the Krumas, Tories, AO, are looked upon as potential fascists. In a word, a depressing picture, if there ever was one, with the right wing calling for concentration on domestic affairs, more welfare, more social reforms, and see. Some people said to me, "You are lucky, you can talk and write the way you do, because you have no movement to worry about." Sectarianism looks like a wonderful escape from this turmoil, the retreat to an ivory tower without all the responsibilities and demands of the political struggle. One very bright girl told me, "Mr. sounds like a menage from the old world in which everything was simply straightforward, black and white." This is all very confusing, mightily discouraging, but supplying plenty of food for thought. I have the feeling that an awful lot has to be rethought, have even some hunches about the direction of the rethinking process, but no idea on the shape of its outcome. The opus has obviously priority over everything else, and it should clear up at least some part of the neo-capitalist muddle. Afterwards, what would be needed is perhaps not so much a booklet reporting on impressions from this trip, but rather a kind of an essay on our time, trying to put together all these strands and give them some kind of a theoretical structure. Least of all is needed today, this is my profound conviction, current journalism. For this there are plenty of people. What is the bitterest outcry everywhere is the demand for elucidation, comprehension, with traditional thought. Hic Rhodus, hic Salto. So much for today. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Rome. June 1, 1962. Dear Paul. After receiving the big batch of stuff which waited for me at Rome, I haven't heard from you at all. Is everything all right? Having taken off to a slow start, the stay in Rome has become quite hectic. Lots of appointments, most of them extremely interesting. The developments here are quite extraordinary. The Italian case needs to be taken account of in the treatment of monopoly capitalism. The law of uneven development operates full speed. The case of the US differs significantly from the situation in a country in which the problem of investment opportunities does not exist and where the public sector plays a powerful role. While the US situation presents the mirror of Italy's future, the future is not yet. We must bring this stuff parenthetically into our story. I have lots of confused notions on all of this, but not knowing the language, it is very hard to read the available material and to get a firmer grasp of the problems involved. In the next few days I hope to get some further understanding of all this and maybe try to write down at least a few principal notions. Now I regret that I am booked to go to Paris on Friday, June 8th. But Rena Fair, hope to hear from you in any case in Paris. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. S. Gimignano. June 3, 1962. Dear Paul. I am spending the weekend in the paradisic neighborhood of Florence, the beauty of this tiny medieval town wholly untouched, except for a few buildings in the outskirts, is something beyond description. After the hustle and bustle of neo-capitalist Rome, this is a monument of a distant past when men were poor and sick and hungry and created at the same time things of everlasting beauty. All this is obviously trite trash, and bygones are forever bygones, and the blood, sweat, and tears of those who built these cathedrals and walls and towers have gone down in history unsung and unknown, and their works are recorded as those of the Medicis or those of some other popes and kings. And yet will there ever be a time again when bulldozers and cranes and prefab sheet rock will result in something equally magnificent? There clearly is no way back. Is there a way forward? Or is forward equals TV, automobiles, washing machines equals less hard labor, less privation, less sickness, etc.? Socialism becomes more and more identified with welfare, with bien-être, with more radios, more TVs, more cars, and it surely does not behoove us well-fed, well-clad and well-housed to sneer at all of them in the name of cultural values, but somewhere, somehow there is a gnawing pain of the bourgeois, of the intellectual, of the upper-class beneficiary of all of this, who has dreamt of people participating in culture, rather than of culture being dissolved in massified high levels of consumption. Would Marx and Engels and the rest of them ever have thought that Vivaldi and Dante and Shakespeare and Tolstoy on the way to the masses would transform themselves into Irving Berlin, comic strips, and J.D. Salinger? On Friday, before leaving Rome, an evening at Chez Curici, some socialist economists who have taken a grim view of the Italian situation. Boom without end, early phases of capitalist industrialization, and with the labor movement turning in the government's most loyal opposition. The greatest victory capitalism has celebrated in a long, long time, as one of them put it. Talked at length with P.T. In different words, with different accents, the same story. The difference of perspective between here and US striking. Corsini hopes to transfer the Italian mood onto the American scene and is mad at us for not seeing the light. But the lights may be genuinely different. Am returning to Rome today for more days of activity and then Paris. Right. /S your Paul. PAB to PMS. Paris. Hotel Lutetia. June 8, 1962. Dear Paul. Was delighted to find your letter at the hotel. The stuff for the summer issue is excellent. I hope the contents will be favorably read. The poverty versus riches aspect of economic growth is nowhere more striking than in Italy. I imagine it is just as bad in Mexico. In Mexico profits used to be over 40% of Y, in Italy they are, if anything, even higher. The Fr-Alit complex becomes a most formidable bastion of capitalist strength, and bids fair to develop into another USA most interesting and, in the whole, unexpected development. Something about it will have to be stuck into the opus, just to point out that the whole mess is not merely an American phenomenon. Best for Zyril. Much love. /S your Paul. PAB to PMS. Paris. June 12, 1962. Dear Paul. The intellectual rage among the French philosophers etc. is now what they call negative dialectics. This is to say that Karl Marx has discovered that capitalism leads to an accumulation of horrors and was right in that, but that he erred in believing that the horrors produce the force which brings them to an end. He saw, in other words, one blade of the scissor but was mistaken in regard to the other. From this follows that the only possible position today is a radical no with respect to everything with no exception. Quite a standpoint, but it is apparently spreading like wildfire, and becomes the theoretical base for doing nothing. For obviously the all-embracing, radical no is equivalent to equally all-embracing, radical yes with regard to the status quo. If in Carlo Levi's novel Christ stopped at Eboli, the dialectic stops nowhere and total refusal amounts de facto to total acceptance. Not that this position is terribly new or original, the important thing is that it is taken by so many now when one might think socialism is winning on the global scale. One might think but they do not, and say they're no to that socialism too. the plague on both houses argument, which is heartbreaking and desperate, and not easy to deal with. I still firmly believe that it is wrong and that its main weakness is the shortness of historical perspective. One post-war boom, but they talk about neo-cap forever, about the state come Keynes, come syndicalism, come welfarism, solving the whole biz with the socialist camp eventually turning into welfarism too, and with alienation etc. remaining with us whichever way things go. You and I are famous here on the left. Everyone knows both of us and regard us to be the only orthodox Marxists in the Western world, i.e., those who accept still the positive side of the dialectic diagnosis. I was invited to give a lecture on these issues but have severe stomach aches about the whole thing. They clearly capitulate, liquidate, and desert, but the answer can only be given sub specie aeternitatis. We are being accused of not accusing sufficiently the other side. My answer that accusing in the short run should not be driven to the abandonment of socialism in the long run is wrecked with derisive sneers. In the long run we'll all be dead. After Opus is finished, we must write something on all of this. Let's do it together. A short, concise statement of a historic position. Nietzsche once said that true courage is not sticking to one's views but to be able to change them. But is there a need to change them? I must confess that I am disoriented and insecure, but I still think we need not change them. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. August 22, 1962. Dear Paul. Attached hereto is the draft of Chapter 8.149. Apart from minor points, I am wholly d'accord with pages 1 to 39 until the beginning of the paragraph starting with the word liberals. I have severe doubts on the validity of what follows from then on. As to the minor points, why are the major external stimuli only epoch-making innovations and wars, and not also militarization of the economy, which latter you treat separately? It would seem to me that those phenomena should be on equal footing. Militarization of the economy has all the shaking up features which the other two possess. And if you take the total outlay on militarization together with the resulting reallocation of economic activity etc., etc., militarization need not be ashamed of the other two major external stimuli. Including militarization would save the trouble of making somewhat doubtful distinctions such as the one on p29n. For the argument that the Korean War may have been provoked by the US is not an important distinction. In that sense one could also argue that World War II was only partly imposed from without. The US ruling class had presumably some margin of choice about entering or not entering the war. In the explanation of the development of backlog demand, stress should be placed not on population but on the accumulation of liquid savings and C, which permitted the buying spree. It is said on p.28, but on p.8 it looks very much like the acceptance of the population argument which had been essentially rejected in Chapter 4. In the same paragraph a minute question, what is the difference between scrapped and wholly abandoned? It might be useful to point out in this connection that the large increase of the proportion of gainfully employed who are wages and salary receivers subject to short notice firing and hiring as against those gainfully employed who are either self-employed or enjoy a high degree of cycle immunity tends strongly to reduce the usefulness of ratios of unemployed to the gainfully employed. At the present time around 20 million members of the labor force are more or less exempt from unemployment, therefore the absolute hashtag of unemployed should be related to the gainfully employed minus these 20 million rather than to the entire hashtag of gainfully employed. The whole thing has been statistically worked out by Joe Phillips, who was interested in the matter the other way round, from the standpoint of the labor share in Y. The same share of Y accruing to a larger share of total population means smaller share of labor. I have a somewhat uneasy feeling about the two needs-oriented treatment of the automobile. There is after all a dialectic at work. There is need for automobiles because there are automobiles. This need and demand translate themselves into effective demand because there are income and prosperity. How does one know what would have happened with regard to the automobile by 1915 if the war had not filled the pockets of those who wanted and now were able to buy an automobile? To be sure, once the automobile boom was on its way, it developed its own momentum and continued on its own steam. Current experience in Western Europe shows this clearly. the post-war boom created the basis for the spreading of the automobile in turn extends the boom. It is important to stress those interactions, for otherwise one gets too close to the human wants theory, which forgets about effective demand and talks about the needs of the growing population and this becomes a problem again where the statement is made that investment outlets were practically non-existent. Why were they non-existent? There surely was, as we now know by hindsight, plenty of need for automobiles, housing, and the like. The answer presumably is that the major external stimuli have run their course and that the Kalecki-Steindl forces governing the investment policy of monopoly capitalist enterprises have taken over. In general, I think that the entire Kalecki-Steindl argument explaining the limitations on investment under monopoly and oligopoly is somewhat played down, although Steindl is referred to a couple of times. It may be unnecessary to go into it again after all that has been said before. I think the reader would be better able to link it up with reality if he were reminded of it in this chapter on a few crucial occasions. Otherwise it remains somewhat unclear what role, if any, was played by monopoly in this development. Couldn't Chapter 8 have been written without any reference to monopoly? It is my impression that it cannot be said often enough that the investment and output limiting nature of monopoly capitalism dominates unless there is a major external stimulus which changes drastically the conditions of demand. Now, I would prefer to finish the chapter without going into what is advanced in the last 6 pages. One could conclude by saying that it is often held that all of this stagnation stuff is now irrelevant because the government can handle the shortage of demand by deficit spending, tax cuts and these possibilities have been discussed before, and this is it. The way it stands now, the argument is not very strong. Strictly arithmetically speaking, deficits can do the trick, as is said on p40.150. There are good and sufficient reasons why those deficits tend to create inflations. This is not the same as saying that a policy of persistent deficits large enough to maintain a high rate of economic activity is completely out of question. In this connection, the example of Latin America is quite mal à propos. There we do not have the problem of Keynesian unemployment but one of Marxian unemployment, and obviously under such circumstances deficits create inflation pure and simple. As Kalecki has put it as early as 1944, inflation will result only if effective demand increases so much that a general scarcity of labor or equipment arises. It is thus evident that a prerequisite of full employment is a proper relation between existing equipment and available labor. The volume of equipment must be adequate to employ the available labor and still allow for reserve capacities. If the maximum capacity of equipment is inadequate to absorb the available labor, as will be the case in backward countries, the immediate achievement of full employment is clearly hopeless. If the reserve capacities are non-existent or insufficient, the attempt to secure full employment in the short run may easily lead to inflationary tendencies in large sections of the economy because the structure of equipment does not necessarily match the structure of demand. In an economy where plant is scarce, it is thus necessary to have a period of industrialization or reconstruction during which the existing equipment is expanded at a rather high rate. In this period it may be necessary to have controls not unlike those used in wartime. Only after the process of capital expansion has proceeded sufficiently far is a policy of full employment possible. 151. Although farther down he does mention the possibility that bottlenecks may arise also in developed countries and that the trade unions' insistence on wage increases may cause inflationary pressures prior to attainment of full employment, he does not pursue this line much further. I should think that it is this line that needs emphasis, and that one ought to stress that the Keynesian prescription results in inflation primarily because of the fact that large demand brings to the fore all the monopolistic forces in the economy rather than fall back on what looks very much like the pre-Keynesian anti-deficit position. I was guilty of this facon de parlor too, and it would seem to me that we should avoid being attacked by the Keynesians on grounds of such a simple heresy. By the way, Kalecki upbraided me in Warsaw because the February 1961 MR came also very close to this kind of an error. He said, "Why does Sweezy have to repeat those pre-Keynesian stories?" I defended your honor by confessing that this happens to be probably the sole ROM with which I had also something to do, and that the error was committed by us jointly. But in substance, I think, he is right, and we should avoid formulations which put us either in the Wall St. Journal class or into that of the Moscow economists. As to the efficiency of tax cuts, the necessity of price controls and I think it does not belong into this chapter but can be briefly handled under government absorption. There one could say something about the shot in the arm character of tax cuts, on the inflationary effects and so forth. Also bringing in balance of payments considerations in this historical survey looks to me somewhat artificial. It can be mentioned en passant in the discussion of government absorption activities. The thing that really bothers me is the question how to present well and clearly the point that demand increases resulting from government deficits operate under monopoly differently than under competition. Sometimes earlier I thought that one could simply say that monopolists tend to respond to increases of demand with price rather than output increases. In this form the statement is probably untenable. The monopolist's response would depend on the shape of the demand curves, cost curves, etc. What is the correct way of putting the true kernel of the proposition? Or is the truth that they do both, increase prices and increase outputs pari passu? With labor helping along in the process? So much for now. I have a number of other things to write about, but shall do it some other time. Love. /S your Paul. PMS to PAB. Wilton. August 26th. Dear Paul. Thanks for returning the Chapter 8 draft so promptly. I have sent it off to Jay with a request to pay special attention to the statistical stuff. I don't think there are any boners to be found, but it is just as well to have the reaction of someone who is accustomed to working with the official data in a way that neither of us is. I think you are probably right about the way to end the chapter. It isn't the right place for discussion of inflation, tax reform, etc., and I will substitute a short paragraph along the lines you suggest for the last 6 pages. On the substantive questions, however, we ought to take a stand somewhere, probably in the government as absorber chapter. As I see it, there are 2 distinct questions involved. The first is, would a policy of continuing deficits to maintain full employment lead to inflation? The answer, I think, is clearly yes because of the nature of monopoly capitalism. Keynes never even approached this problem and even Kalecki seems to brush it off much too lightly. Monopoly capitalism needs 5 or 6% unemployment if it is to prevent inflation. The second question then arises, what's so bad about continuing inflation? Many of the Keynesians, as you know, argue that if that's the price you have to pay for full employment then you ought to be glad to pay it. It is here, I think, that the international position of the US becomes decisive. I've been reading an MS on capitalism by Oliver Cox, which has one great merit, his insistence that capitalism is essentially an international system in which the various units are ranked in a hierarchy. 152 At the top is the leader nation, at the bottom the helplessly dependent colonies. In between there are various positions, ranging from rivals for leadership to colonies struggling for liberation. The attitudes, policies, etc., which are appropriate for any given country depend in a crucial way on its position in the hierarchy. The leader exploits in varying degree all of the others, but at the same time it has to assume certain obligations and responsibilities as the price of maintaining its leadership. For example, it has certain military responsibilities vis-a-vis the system as a whole and now of course vis-a-vis the rival socialist system. It also has economic responsibilities, and perhaps the most important of these is to maintain a currency which can be the standard for the system as a whole. And this, I think, is the key to much in US policy that seems so backward and irrational to the naive Keynesians. The US is and wants to remain the leader nation, and in order to do so it must maintain the international position of the dollar. Hence the tears about the balance of payments, the dread of inflation, the allergy to any full employment policy. By comparison, countries differently placed in the hierarchy can and do take a very different attitude toward inflation, and it is here that the Latin American example is apropos. It is certainly true, as you say, that their inflations are different from the one that the US dreads, but the character of the inflationary process does not determine its tolerability. For the Latin American countries, or rather their bourgeoisies, inflation and chronic balance of payments deficits are an advantage. They allow them to extract extra surplus from the underlying population and also to squeeze something that they wouldn't otherwise get from the leader and near leaders higher up in the hierarchy. Rather than allow, say, Brazil to degenerate into chaos to be followed by revolution, the US as leader feels it necessary to step in periodically with a big subsidy in one form or another, and the Brazilian bourgeoisie knows that it can count on this kind of help in extremis, hence why knuckle under to the IMF's austerity programs. It is only completely lackeyized governments that follow that course. Perhaps all this belongs somewhere in the chapter on imperialism, I don't know. Anyway, I think it belongs somewhere. There are a couple of other points I'd like to save and transfer elsewhere in the last 6 pages, but I don't think it should be too difficult to find a place. E.g., I'd like to work into a footnote somewhere the Musgrave estimate that nearly 60% of taxes is collected from the income groups under $7,500. This, and not the tax rates on the various brackets, is the key to the effect of taxation on consumption, investment, etc. I would also like to save the thrust at Gardner means new rubbish 153, and probably the place for that is in the corporation chapter, perhaps in a footnote. With regard to your minor points. 1. I thought of putting militarization into the external stimulus category but rejected the idea for what I think are very strong architectural 1 reasons. In chapters 6 and 7 militarism and imperialism are treated as internal necessities of the system, not in any narrow economic sense to be sure, but still as absolutely essential and inescapable consequences of the total gestalt. 154 Chapter 7 develops this theme at length and assigns to it the major responsibility for the general character of the performance of the economy during the post-World War II period. It seems to me it would be both wrong and anticlimactic to turn around in Ch8 and put them into the external category. The fact that the Korean War was, or may have been, provoked by the US is not the point of that footnote, though it is not an irrelevant fact, but that a war like the Korean and now the Vietnamese wars is a perfectly logical outcome of US policy as developed since the Truman Doctrine. You may say that World Wars I and II were also logical outcomes of the functioning of world capitalism and hence could be treated as internal. But, though there is logic in this, I think it would be heuristically wrong. The 2 major wars are quantitatively unique phenomena and must be put into a class by themselves. Further, no theoretical schema can properly accommodate them as internal variables. Even if they are not in any causative sense external to capitalism, they have to be so treated. In addition, not to treat them that way would be to give implicit support to the view that another world war is inevitable in the same sense that Korean-type wars are inevitable. I don't want to take that position, and in fact do not believe it. I just don't know whether a third world war is inevitable, which means that one think it isn't inevitable, though there is a strong probability that it will occur. 2. I agree about minimizing any implication of needs equaling demand wherever it may occur. Likewise, I agree about the dialectical nature of the cause and effect of automobilization. I'll try to fix these points up at the places you mention. If I don't succeed, you'll have to suggest alternative formulations in the final polishing up process. 3. I'm not clear about the relevance of the point you make regarding unemployment as a % of the wage working force rather than the total labor force to the matter in hand on p16. Or, put otherwise, I don't see how bringing it in at this point or anywhere else in the chapter would clarify or strengthen the argument. I don't deny that it is a valid point with much importance in any analysis of unemployment data. But I think that to bring it in by the heels, so to say, in this chapter would only hold up the argument. More in due course. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Monthly Review. New York. August 28, 1962. Dear Paul. Here are 4 more retyped pages, 1 I forgot to send last time, a new one to begin chapter 7 and 2 to replace respectively pages 70 and 87 of your draft. NB The staggering estimates of Latin American capital export from the latest hearings by the Latin American Subcommittee of the Joint Economics Committee. This is really a fantastic business which the US presumably can do nothing about and therefore carefully refrains from publicizing. It makes the whole Alliance for Progress look like the sourest kind of a joke. And it also makes one wonder how much longer it can be before the next phase of the LA revolution begins in earnest. I have been thinking quite a lot about how to handle the why not continuing deficits problem. It really doesn't fit logically into true framework of the opus, which is concerned with why things happen the way they do, not with why they don't happen some other way. But I think that it ought to be dealt with all the same, if only to forestall Keynesian critics and to deal a blow to their nostrums. I now lean to a deliberate excursus to come right after the theoretical exposition of the unit multiplier, balanced budgets, deficits, etc., at the outset of Chapter 6. On p5, the words put this question to one side for the present and would be deleted. Section 2, as now numbered, would become 3, and a new 2 opening somewhat as follows would be inserted. But before we examine changes in the level of government spending, it seems advisable to deal with a question which has long been in controversy among economists. It follows from what was said in the last section that a policy of continuing deficits, if they are large enough, would result in the maintenance of a high level of economic activity even if the absolute level of government spending remains stable. This suggests that the appropriate remedy for depression and/or stagnation in the monopoly capitalism economy is not necessarily steadily rising government spending, but manipulation of tax rates to produce deficits of the required magnitude. Many Keynesian economists seem to accept this view. On the other hand, it is strongly, often even emotionally, opposed by conservative economists and businessmen. Continuing deficits, they say, must inevitably result in inflation, and inflation is to be shunned as the devil shuns holy water. What are the rights and wrongs of this controversy? To begin with, we must distinguish two questions: would continuing deficits inevitably result in inflation? And even if so, is inflation necessarily a bad thing? Etc., etc. What do you think? Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. August 30, 1962. Dear Paul. Rect your note of August 28 plus pages which I put into their proper place. 1. That there has been quite a lot of capital flight from Latin America I've read before. I did not realize that it has been so large. Interesting question, how much of it is repatriation of foreign capital and how much money of frightened LA capitalists? This is a normal phenomenon for U/DCs and there is probably nothing that can be done about it in our age of wars and revolutions. The boys are just afraid, and long-term productive investment isn't the kind of a thing you undertake if the deluge is around the corner. It is an incredible paradox of history that just at a time when monopoly capitalism needs nothing more than capital export markets, one has to be a Superman to risk going to the U/DCs, while at the same time the ideology of monopoly capitalism dictates that private enterprise ought to do it. The resulting question: won't there be more and more pressure for the government to do the capital exporting? Let the Treasury take the risks while BB will fill the orders for machinery etc., and let the State plus War departments directly look after the investments rather than via BB lobbies. Actually, the neo-capitalism boychiks a la Rostow are for that. They are the real ideologists of state capitalism sensu stricto. Interesting that the Chilean chap who was here told me that the American embassy in Santiago has been distributing stuff insisting on agrarian reform and mixed enterprises. This is all on the line of Meiji restoration. The U/DCs should travel the road of Japan rather than that of socialism, with a bourgeois revolution from above underwritten and politically guaranteed by the US. The pattern is the same everywhere: Iran, Turkey, Latin America, etc. 2. I am very much in favor of the excursus on Keynesian remedies. The more I think about the problem, the more I feel that one has to stress the competitive assumptions underlying the Keynesian prescription. I am also wondering whether it might not be worthwhile to point out that the tax reduction technique is in a number of respects a different animal from the spending increase technique. The principal difference would seem to me to lie in the divergence of the respective structures of demand. Let us assume that the aggregate demand deficiency is to be counteracted by a tax reduction. In that case, all segments of demand are likely to be affected. There would be, in other words, more of the same without any major structural changes in the economy. Under such circumstances, the likelihood of physical or monopolistic bottlenecks are relatively small. The existing industries can increase their outputs by N%, and that is that. This would seem to be the reason why normal, not government-induced recoveries usually have led to some price increases but not to what might be called inflationary pressures. Now, if one considers not deficit without spending, but new spending based on borrowing, the situation is quite different. There my law on what becomes very relevant. If the government could simply send out checks to the indigent, the situation might come close to the one just mentioned. But if the government, by the nature of the quid pro quo system, is bound to engage in public works, construction of post offices, roads, etc., or even to order more armaments, then the increased demand affects a very special kind of industries and encounters immediately physically or monopolistically caused scarcities, bottlenecks and inflationary forces. Whether such spending is government by some bidding principle or by cost plus, the potentialities of price increases within an oligopolistic system are clearly very large. This does not mean that arithmetically the two deficits differ or even that their multipliers have different magnitudes. What it means, I think, is that the nature of the initial expenditures has much to do with the unfolding of the pump priming process. 3. It should be stressed, I think, that tax reductions are of necessity shots in the arm. Once the reduction has worked itself out, the system absorbs it and settles down back to a creep-stag equilibrium. This leads not to my law but to yours, the necessity for increasing government spending. In other words, one tax reduction has to follow the other, with deficits becoming a regular feature of the economy and the national debt growing ad infinitum. Although, again, arithmetically there is nothing to be said against it, it does raise all kinds of questions which are familiar. The accumulation of such readily monetizable debt becomes a Damocles sword hanging over the economy and creating the conditions for a sudden run on the bank, resulting in a galloping inflation. The servicing of the debt does raise the problem of income transfers on a large scale and so forth. The locus clas sicut for all of this is A.P. Lerner's formalistic article The Burden of the National Debt in the Festschrift for Hansen, where there are also other papers bearing on that problem. 4. I think it is important to stress that the Keynesian nostrum has in reality never been tried. Pourquoi pas? With all the talk about insufficient growth, competition with the Reds, etc., etc., why do the most radical Keynesians when in power turn away from deficit spending, etc., like the devil turns away from incense? As long as fools were running the show, it could be said that they don't understand modern economics. Is it now to be held that P.A. Samuelson, James Tobin et tutti quanti also do not understand their own economics? Or is there perhaps something in the system which renders this economics inapplicable? Could it be that it ain't not stupidity but the structure of BB interests? 5. This raises the fundamental question to which I doesn't know no answer at all: why is the biz community so afraid of inflation? It is clear that an inflation German style is catastrophical, but what about creeping up prices as a mode of life? Various notions come to mind, but none of them is very illuminating. Is it the difference of interests between borrowers and lenders? Is it the steady devaluation of working capital? Is it the balance of payments problem? The best that I can think of it is that running the show on the principle of large deficits come inflationary pressures, a highly organized, well-integrated machine with selective price controls, subsidies to importers, licenses to importers, and so forth and so on. It is this that they are all afraid of, because such a juggernaut would either have to be fascist or it would be always in danger of being taken over by a democratic wave, and God knows who gets into power in either case. Government should be big but not too big. What is more important, it should be big as buyer, even as taxer, but not as regulator in the administrative sense of the word. 6. There is a good if also terribly formalistic piece on this whole biz by Michael. If I can dig it out in my comprehensive mess, I shall send it along to you. 7. While I fully agree with you that we need not explain why things aren't different from what they are but why they are what they are, this Keynesian business does belong into the story, particularly in the light of the neo-capitalism talk which is ubiquitous. It can always be said that we are running into open doors if we argue that the system left to itself is bound to lead not only to creeping stag but to a complete deadlock. On this every Keynesian will agree. It is most important to show that their answer to this is no better than what they are trying to answer. They ain't got the miraculous key which they pretend to have. That much must be given to Sraffa. Every time I talked to him, he maintained that Keynesianism is the illusion of the epoch rather than Marxism. The only trouble has always been that the Marxian reply to Keynes was the wrong one, not that Keynes has produced the solution of the problem. 8. I am working like a Sobaka and am making progress but desperately slowly. Big trouble is that I have bitten off too much for chewing and am having difficulties on this account. On QoS2 I am now finishing books and other mass media, but have still lots of other stuff to do. 155 and this is still on the somewhat flat descriptive level. The big bang is to come in the final denouement to which I am looking forward when this stuff is done. Except that QoS2 gets damn long. But anyway, the movement is now on and nothing will stop it before the finale. Hope that you are surviving somehow the reconstruction period. Right? Love. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. September 19, 1962. Dear Paul. Before settling down to serious opus labors, I am trying to get at least an outline of that essay on Keynes I spoke to you about for the volume being edited by Robert Lecakeman. That too I probably shouldn't have gotten into, but there it is and due by November 1.156. My present idea is to deal with the problem along the following lines. The important thing about a great economist is his vision of the socio-economic process, and it is this we should try to identify and criticize in Keynes. In most respects his is indistinguishable from that of Marshall, etc. The individual entrepreneur is the central figure. He operates in markets which function well and impersonally, buying factors, combining them, and selling for a profit which is a combination of wage and quasi-rent of ability. Except in his own undertaking, he is powerless. There is thus no link via interests between the economic and political realms, the latter being thus the sphere of democracy, the public interest, etc. In all of this Keynes is a good neoclassicist. But in one respect, and it is decisive for him, he departs from them. While they never worried about investment opportunities because they regarded the price mechanism as quite capable of making any adjustments that might be needed whether such opportunities were numerous or few, Keynes could not take this position. For him, the price mechanism could make every adjustment but one, it could not equilibrate the supply and demand of savings at full employment. Hence the great importance of a plenitude of investment opportunities. But, and this is also a crucial part of his vision, be believed that investment opportunities, always and everywhere, have a tendency to lag behind. Hence stagnation is, in the final analysis, the norm toward which the system tends. This is the crux of the Keynesian vision, what made it so different from the neoclassical vision. And it explains all his characteristic attitudes, anti-saving, pro-state intervention in the investment process, etc. Turning next to the critical side, 25 years after, it is easy to see the glaring deficiencies of the Keynesian vision: giant core, ubiquitous monopoly, technological change, domination of politics by capitalist interests, underdeveloped countries with totally different social structures, the existence of a system including both advanced monopoly capitalism and underdeveloped economies. These are some of the realities which Keynes either ignored or brought in only under the table and quite inadequately. But his one great insight, the relentless stag tendency, not always and everywhere but in the kind of economy he lived in, this remains. And ironically it is this that all the Keynesians have thrown overboard. What now needs doing is to put this back into the center of the analytical stage and to develop an adequate theoretical framework into which it can fit and which can explain it. And for this, of course, the explicit recognition of the decisive character of monopoly is a sine qua non. More on other matters soon. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. September 22, 1962. Dear Paul. Wrecked the carbon of your letter of August 30th. I never saw this before, though your letter dated August 29th addressed to Larchmont was here when we arrived on the 3LST. The original may have got lost in the confusion of activity which began on the 3rd. In any case, it is good you kept a carbon. I will have a copy made and return the carbon for your file. I will get to the job of drafting the section on deficits and inflation soon. I don't want to make it technical or detailed. The main points, I think, are that under monopoly capitalism inflation occurs long before full employment is reached, that direct controls are anathema to the capitalists, and hence the preferred method of inflation control is to allow the necessary amount of unemployment to develop and persist. As to why inflation control is important, here I lean strongly to the view that it all depends on the country's position in the international capitalist system as a whole. For a follower nation, like the major Latin American countries for example, inflation control is evidently not an important matter. It is even probable that inflation acts as a siphon or pump, taking income out of the pockets of both rentiers and workers and putting it into the coffers of the capitalists. But the leader capitalist country must maintain a sound currency and a payments balance on pain of losing its leadership position. And its leadership position carries with it the right to exploit in varying degrees all the other members of the system, hence it will never be given up voluntarily. Compared to this consideration, it seems to me that all the other arguments against continuing inflation for a country in the position of the United States are of secondary importance. In this connection, incidentally, it seems to me that almost everyone has tended to ignore or underplay the most fascinating aspect of the common market, namely, that it is a deadly serious effort on the part of the big capitalists of Europe to take the leadership position away from the US. In my opinion, the US wants Britain in as a sort of agent of the United States to exercise a veto over the leadership bid of the Franco-German capitalists. The latter, in turn, are not going to let Britain in unless and until it cuts all its special ties to the US and agrees to subordinate itself completely to the new power which aspires to become leader in its own right. It will be an agonizing choice for the British ruling class to make. I suspect that they will try to have it both ways and as a result will fall squarely between the two stools. Excluded from the common market, they will be too weak to stand up to the US and will become in effect a US satellite, with the remainder of the empire and commonwealth either going over to the US empire or joining the neutral bloc. Have you seen the special report on Latin America in the latest Business Week? It practically admits that the jig is up there but doesn't dare do much speculating on the implications. Latin America looks more and more like the Achilles heel of US imperialism and monopoly capitalism generally, and things may begin to happen on a big scale much sooner than seemed at all possible until very recently. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto, CA. September 23, 1962. Dear Paul. I hope your aching back is better. All this goes to prove how right Pascal was when he wrote, I have discovered that all the unhappiness of men arises from one simple fact, that they cannot stay quietly in their own chamber. All physical activity, in particular that outdoors, I submit is from the devil, and all that there is to be said for it is that engaging in same provides one with the great satisfaction of getting rid of it. But only mediocrities learn from experience, and therefore I must assume that you will continue pushing furniture, engage in physical exercise and the like, and suffer like a Sobaka. Jeder ist sens Glücksschmied. I cannot entirely agree with your appraisal of Keynes, and here are my Randglossen for what they are worth. It is not quite correct to say that no one agrees with your view that a consistent adherence to the competitive model is incompatible with the admission of underemployment, etc. This view has been expressed on a number of occasions, e.g. Leontief in the piece which is reprinted in New Economics, later on Milton Friedman, a number of occasions and more could be adduced. I would have thought that this is wrong, in other words that even without market imperfections the system would get into troubles. All this relates to the validity of Say's law, and it is my impression that for instance Lang has demonstrated convincingly that that law gives no reason to believe that full employment would be provided even if the most rigorous assumptions are made. Cf. his price flexibility and full employment, but also the excellent article on Say's law in Studies in Mathematical Economics and Econometrics, Chicago, 1947. Not only does he show that in any dynamic context Say's law is worthless but that even in a static context it is untenable. It would seem to me that you would get yourself out on an unnecessary and very weak limb by arguing what is an anti-Keynesian position of the right. My own impression is that Keynes' great vision and originality consists precisely in realizing that the mainstay of bourgeois economics up to his time, Say's law, is untenable and that capitalism can be only maintained if government enters centrally the stage. In this he becomes the economist of monopoly capitalism with his strengths the strengths of monopoly capitalism and his weaknesses the weaknesses of monopoly capitalism. Strengths: abandonment for all intents and purposes of economics and return to political economy. Secondly, abandonment for all intents and purposes of the individual firm direct and return to aggregates. Thirdly, technical progress in suggesting a more powerful technique of analysis making use of functional interrelations etc. Weaknesses: recognition of the role of the state and of the factors of political economy all but vacuous without an appropriate sociology cum theory of the state. Secondly, turning away from the problems of individual firms in favor of aggregates would have been dandy if it hadn't led to ignoring monopoly thus impairing the aggregates itself. Thirdly, the better technique has pushed up the level of abstraction to a point where the essentials are abstracted from. I do not go for the expression investment opportunity because it suggests something very naturalistic, needs-oriented, and absolute. The IAA important thing to stress, I think, is rationality of investment within a monopoly capitalism setting. What was opportunity yesterday under a different system ain't no opportunity under oligopoly etc. Something on those lines, I would say, but Natch, you can wholly disregard all of this if it strikes you to be wrong. Back to work. Tomorrow campus starts and I'll have to see all my colleagues again. And students. Can't think of a site that appeals to me less. Gut Besserung. Yours. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. September 25, 1962. Dear Paul. Thanks for yours of the 23rd in Recanes etc. There is some difference between us here which puzzles me because I can't really put my finger on it. So let's try again. I don't maintain for a moment, of course, that the competitive model is incapable of breaking down. The continuous operation of Say's law is rubbish. But this was really quite well known to Keynes's predecessors. After all, bizcycle and crisis theory had a long and respectable history prior to 1936. What the earlier theorists maintained was that the breakdown couldn't persist indefinitely. Unemployment and unused plant would lead to price and income changes which would sooner or later set the stage for an upswing which, once underway, would carry up to full employment. Except under very special assumptions, the condition of full employment couldn't persist either, of course. It was universally recognized by the top theorists before Keynes that in a competitive, unplanned system, fluctuations were natural and inevitable. And that meant that none of them were slaves of Say's law, whatever Keynes may have said about it. What was new in Keynes was the assertion that, left to itself, the competitive economy could not recover unless the marginal efficiency of capital happened to be high enough, which Keynes thought it had a deeply rooted tendency not to be. In other words, he introduced the problem of stagnation, alias underemployment equilibrium. This you will not find in any of the earlier theories in the classical neoclassical tradition, though of course many respectable thinkers such as Hobson and Veblen had recognized stag tendencies in capitalist reality and had made serious attempts to explain them. It was thus Keynes's historical merit to bring the problem of stag into the orbit of orthodox, accredited economics, where it occupied the center of the analytic stage for a good decade. This is one aspect of the matter. Up to this point, Keynes gets full credit for an historic achievement. His vision of a stagnating economy has all sorts of ramifications and implications which were absent from the neoclassical vision. But when we come to his attempts to explain why the economy couldn't recover by itself, why the theory of his predecessors was deficient, we enter an entirely different realm. And I must say that the more I read of the general theory, the less convincing his arguments seem. The whole notion of an equilibrium with involuntary unemployment, which is what he wanted to explain, seems to me to be totally incompatible with the assumption of competitive markets. Wages must come down. And if one wants to insist that every wage cut brings prices and incomes down proportionately, then the process will keep going until the quantity of money measured in wage units has grown so enormously that the rate of interest finally does fall below the marginal efficiency of capital. Or if liquidity preference is insatiable, then the deflation can go on until wages and prices equal zero and everyone starves to death. But that isn't underemployment equilibrium. If we assume that somewhere short of this a lower turning point is reached and the reverse process sets in, why should it fall short of full employment or a reasonable approximation thereto? I cannot see that Keynes has any rational explanation as to why either a downswing or an upswing should halt and give way to a steady state characterized by the existence of involuntary unemployment. Still less has he got a rational explanation of the phenomenon of creeping stagnation. All his efforts to deal with these problems are vitiated by the fact that at bottom he accepts all the neoclassical assumptions but tries to squeeze different conclusions out of them. Some different conclusions about the mechanisms of economic fluctuations are doubtless valid and useful. But the real one, the difference between a self-adjusting system and a running-down system, simply can't be derived that way. Only the explicit introduction of monopoly into the macro picture can supply the missing key. I have no desire whatever to idealize the competitive model. It is compatible with wild gyrations, with deep and even prolonged slumps. It may display continuing high unemployment of a Marxian variety, it may even generate Verelendung as Marx believed it would. But I do not see any reason to suppose that it would also suffer from the disease of stagnation, creeping or galloping, which in my judgment is specific to monopoly capitalism. This is what Keynes did not see, and without which his theory remains a collection of brilliant insights and stupidities without any overall coherence. Now please react to that, indicating points of agreement and disagreement. This time I'm keeping a carbon. Love. /S Paul. P.S. Did you see the excellent piece on Cuba by Samuel Shapiro in the latest Nation? He got in as a correspondent and spent much of the summer there. PAB to PMS. September 25, 1962. Dear Paul. Just a few lines in response to your letter of September 22 before running to the campus. In inflation. I would agree with you that the international setting is an important factor in the anti-inflationary sentiment of the ruling class. At the same, it is somewhat of an ad hoc argument. The balance of payments business is relatively new, the anti-inflationary attitudes could be observed for quite a long time. This would lead me to believe that the BOP considerations merely reinforce an attitude which has its roots elsewhere. For U/DC's inflation has a different meaning. Thereby causing a redistribution of lousy income, it does increase the fund for accumulation, but at the same time directs investment into altogether wrong channels and creates a serious danger of riot, unrest and revolution. So one cannot say it's there unimportant to control inflation. There the trouble is that minus planning it is impossible to get any development without inflation, while inflation endangers the whole development on capitalist lines. Fully d'accord on common market, except for the following: the whole CM-biz is definitely a formula for a big leap forward in cartelization, monopolization, and quota distribution among the WECAPs. USBB looks upon it with equanimity, it goes across the wall and takes its cut in the deal. British BB would like to sit at the table when the cake is being sliced up. Who gets beaten is small biz there where it is concerned with exports. In the US it is not too important, but in Britain it is. Therefore there is not too much enthusiasm for the whole thing even among the conservative supporters of Macmillan. That the US wants Britain in as a counterweight to Bonn, no doubt, but it is my hunch that what is decisive in the British position vs the common market is partly the Commonwealth but partly also the internal divergence of interests. The Latin America story is tremendous, and that matters there are now moving into the very center indubitable. Question: is Washington absolutely unable to do anything about it? On other things later. Making good progress in writing. Love. /S Paul. P.S. Reread your piece in Harris, New Economics. It is very good, and much closer to the position which I submitted to you the other day, than your outline which I returned. 157. PMS to PAB. Monthly Review. New York. September 29, 1962. Dear Paul. PPS. I wouldn't equate follower nations with UDCs. Britain is a follower nation vis-a-vis the US, ditto Japan, though both exploit UDCs on a big scale. Maybe leader-follower terminology isn't appropriate, but it does have to be got across that there is what Cox somewhere calls a gradient of power, and that attitudes, policies, etc., depend to no small degree on the position occupied on the gradient. Of particular importance, too, are all efforts to change the position within the system, not to be confused with attempts to escape from the system altogether. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. October 2, 1962. Dear Paul. There are so many different things to write about that I don't know whether I'll be able to handle it all in one letter. The order in which matters will be taken up is more or less fortuitous. I am making slow but steady progress in the MS, family, suicide rates, alcoholism, NC. Since it so happens that each of these topics requires a lot of study, I lean now to the view that it should not be taken up expressis verbis, but woven into the final chapter, pulling all those things together. Since the main purpose of the whole biz, and in particular the final denouement chapter, is to establish the fundamental interconnection of the whole complex of QoS with monopoly capitalist structure, the particulars will have to be omitted. Let someone else fill in the blank spots. 158. Otherwise the QoS stuff gets out of hand. What do you think, both of the above and of the enclosure? I am keen on having your reaction so as to feel more secure in what follows. Wrecked yesterday a little booklet of St. Joan's economic philosophy, in which she administers another fuss-trid for me, which now, I am afraid, I believe to be justified. 159. Her statement is as follows: Marxist critics have understood that Keynes' theory leads to conclusions which from their point of view are reactionary. They therefore deny the logic of his analysis, and even find themselves in alliance with the protagonists of the humbug of finance which Keynes first attacked. For instance, Professor Baran is not content with showing that an economic system that can maintain prosperity only by expenditure on armaments is a menace to humanity, morally abhorrent and politically disreputable. He also has to bring in the quantity theory of money to show that it cannot work because government expenditure causes inflation. Unfortunately, she is probably right in this particular instance. The PEOG formulation was unfortunate. It shows how a relatively minor slip-up provides the critics with an opportunity to avoid the principal issue and to harp on a technicality. This must not be permitted to happen again, I think, and that is why we have to be triply careful with the Keynesiana in opus. With reference to your letter of September 23, let me try now to set out the issues as clearly as possible. If I understand your position clearly, what you are saying is this: under competition a depression leads at some point to such a decline of costs that the price/cost relation changes sufficiently to increase the profit margins to an extent necessary to induce a rise in investment and ergo an economic recovery. As against it, it is held by the Keynesians that the decline of the rate of percent is not sufficiently important, because new investment is governed not only by the rate but by the general expectation of adequate demand, and the wage decline may well improve the profit margins but not aggregate profits, in view of the fact that the decline of wages leads to a decline of incomes, which in turn leads to a decline in demand. This strikes me as sufficiently persuasive unless one accepts two possible counter-arguments, one that could be called the macabre effect: something will turn up. In other words, if the increase in profit margins should be accompanied by technical developments of some sort which would lead investors to believe that there is something very important in the offing, or if there is expectation of some new markets and c. In that case, however, the increase in the profit margins isn't even necessary. Those expectations would do the trick in any case. Or the so-called Pigou effect, meaning that the decline in prices and costs would to such an extent raise the real value of existing money assets that investors would become tempted to acquire real assets instead. This is presupposing that at some point their expectations of further declines of prices and costs come to a reversal, and furthermore that quantitatively the thing is sufficiently important. I remember to have read once a Cowell's Commander monograph in which it was calculated that for the Pigou effect to work itself out it would take tens of years. 160 It is my impression that the respectable biz-cycle theorists to whom you refer were more or less clearly aware of this trouble and therefore stuck in an exogenous force. Either they attached a magic force to the rate of interest like Robertson, or they banked on the asset appreciation, or they stressed technical innovations. Without such gimmicks, it would be hard to construct a recovery. Now, this applies to both competitive capitalism and monopoly capitalism. What is the difference between the two? I have tried to say something about it in PEOG pages 60 ff, and would put it in such terms: the main difference is in the nature of the investment process. Under competitive, the individual small capitalist who is confronted with increased profit margins does not think in terms of the aggregate demand related to the aggregate decline in income. He thinks in terms of his own small market, which may be relatively unaffected by the developments in the economy as a whole. He may invest because now certain machines are cheaper or because now labor is cheaper. He may expand without regard to aggregate demand because, being a component part of an anarchic structure, he neither can nor should worry about the whole picture. If lots of them do it, they will engage in self-fulfilling prophecy and bear each other out. If only a few do it, it will turn out that they engaged in what the Germans called Fehlinvestitionen. Then it'll turn out that their calculations were all wrong, that aggregate demand deficiency did them in. Under monopoly capitalism they are more circumspect, they know their market, they are aware of the total picture, they are guided by all the Steindl considerations and do not rush into investment merely because profit margins may rise. They think of the whole business, can settle down to a low level of activity unless there is an external stimulus which pushes the whole thing up. That is where I see Keynes coming in, who assigns the pushing up function to the state. Psychological side note: this, I think, is the reason why, for instance, Scumpy was so pissed off by Keynes. He also knew that you need an exogenous force, was thus theoretically terribly close to Keynes' position, but just missed the Keynesian variable in favor of his own, less suitable. Where does Keynes go wrong? I would say in two ways: a, in failing to analyze the nature of the state, and in ignoring the relation of monopoly plus oligopoly to the aggregate supply function, i.e. the question whether an increase of aggregate demand produced by the state leads actually to an increase in output, or rather commensurable increase in output rather than to inflation, and to the related but separate question whether increase in output leads to increase in employment. To conclude, it is my feeling that in the discussion of the competitive situation you do one of two things, or both: exaggerate the elasticity of investment with regard to profit margins and rate of interest, and place too much faith in the Pigou effect. In sum, it is my view that the chief difference between competitive and monopoly capitalism in this, as in most other respects, is the higher degree of rationalization under the latter. This higher degree of rationalization exacerbates the contradictions of the system, brings them more sharply to the fore, and produces certain qualitative changes. Just as bribery in a messy administrative system is a factor alleviating its rigidities, so is the anarchy of competitive capitalism in a sense a mechanism by which the faults of the system are partly reduced. The individual capitalist makes errors, because he does not have the possibility of strictly adjusting his activities to the mess he's in. Those errors may cancel out and the effect on the total becomes more stochastic. By accident the system gets out of stagnation, also because in that early state of development there are choo-choo trains, automobiles and c. Under monopoly capitalism there is less, if any, room for accidents, the corporation calculates sharply and therefore stagnation becomes less accident-prone. Without the state now, kaput. This is probably highly inadequate, but you'll see the main line of argument. My Russian edition of Marx and Engels does not go up to 1893 yet. I'll have a look in the library. If they have the older Russ. ed., I should be able to find the thing of Engels. 161 on the merit of the story. However, although I strongly incline towards the Chinese position, as you know, before the latter can be endorsed, there are two important questions to be answered. Granted that disarmament cannot be expected under capitalism and monopoly capitalism in particular, does the existence of the socialist world significantly change the analysis of the war/peace prospects, and does technological progress in warfare significantly change the war/peace outlook? And of paramount importance to the entire theory of the socialist movement, it was always an ultra-left deviation to say liberté, égalité, fraternité are impossible under capitalism, therefore to hell with them, we'll get them only under socialism. It was always, in my opinion, the Marxian position to say, those are excellent things, let the bourgeoisie deliver them and not merely pay lip service to them. Under this principle one has fought for bourgeois democracy, for civil liberties, factory legislation, and what have you. Similarly, under this principle, one should be on one hand clear that disarmament and peace are not only not guaranteed but even improbable under capitalism, but one has to take those capitalist politicians who profess to be for them by their word and insist, deliver. The Chinese position tends too much to say, disarmament and peace are impossible under capitalism, therefore to hell with all this empty talk, let's get as strong as we can. This is the only answer to the imperialists. This would seem to me to be a wrong political line and undialectical. For clearly, a strong pressure for delivery makes the position of the war makers more complicated. We tend to be too much centered on the US situation, where talking about strong pressure is ludicrous. But on the world stage, the situation is somewhat different. And the war/peace issue is too important for sacrificing all tactical possibilities to the purity of the scientific analysis. As Togliatti said, we ain't got no movement and can simply say what we want. But when it comes to the Chinese Soviet leaderships, it ain't so. They must insist on delivery, whatever intellectual reservations there should be on the feasibility of same. Therefore I would say, that if the USSR were to insist on delivery and unilaterally disarm, they would be stark insane. If they would only arm and not insist on delivery, they would throw away a political weapon of much potency. The trick is the right combination. Stalin tended towards the second variant, so do the Chinese. Some Poles and Yugos tend towards the first variant. I think in this respect Khrushchev sails between the two rightly so, although he tends in the process to fall over into statements which are wrong but probably inevitable in the heat of the debate, to wit, that the delivery is also possible. But then the latter question depends again, on my question under above. Meanwhile, let me know what you think of all this. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. October 4, 1962. Dear Paul. A very quick reply to yours of the 2nd, just wrecked. I am now convinced that it is worse than useless to argue about how the competitive system would or would have behaved. Everyone can make up his own competitive system, and it soon gets like the argument about angels dancing on the head of a pin. What we have is a monopoly system, and what we want to know is how it works. I think I'll handle the Keynes essay along the following lines. Keynes was right in his vision of the present-day economy in one essential respect: the deep-rooted tendency to stagnation. And this had far-reaching ideological and political implications, only some of which he drew. Subsequent orthodoxers have tried to shove all this under the rug, and in this respect we can speak of the Keynesian counter-revolution. In other respects, Keynes's vision was seriously deficient, viz., the economic role of ubiquitous monopoly, and the relation between state and economy. In both he showed his domination by the neoclassical background. Without an adequate handling of these problems, no understanding of present-day capitalist reality is possible. and they need to be tied up with the stagnation thing. Keynes was no help here, but neither have the later ones improved upon him. In retrospect, despite all his shortcomings, we can say that he stands out head and shoulders above the pygmy epigones and pygmier opponents. Maybe quote what Marx said about Hegel and the German pipsqueaks who came after him. What does you think of that? Zweitens, I have read Madame Jones' economic philosophy with pleasure, amusement, annoyance, disagreement, approval, in short all the emotions she usually evokes. I agree that she scores a point vis-a-vis PEOG and that we must guard against giving grounds for such thrusts again. In this connection, I have been almost literally sweating blood over the inflation insert. It just couldn't be made to fit where I had planned to put it, and I wavered back and forth about some alternative. I am now working on a scheme which I think will work: a new section 6 in ch8. The story has just been told about creeping stagnation in the 50s, and a section on the apparent paradox of coexistence of stagnation and inflation therefore arises quite naturally and logically. Here we talk not about inflation en general but about inflation under monopoly capitalism. Then I would like to add a brief finale to ch8 on the outlook ahead, in which we point out that any full employment policy will run up prices, whether it be increased spending or lower taxes or whatnot. Therefore, if we assume that the US ruling class does not want a steady inflation, it must go easy or accept price controls. There are reasons why it should not want a steady inflation and also reasons why they don't want price controls. So it looks like no effective action, more stagnation and drift. Only a political crisis and realignment would be likely to change it, and none now in sight. What does you think of that? Must rush to the office. More on everything else soon. Haven't read new Opus stuff yet, but it looks splendid for size. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. October 24, 1962. Dear Paul. A few lines in haste. I must unfortunately meet a class within an hour. Having brooded for 2 days over the situation, I have come to the following conclusion. What has developed for Cuba is strictly speaking a Brest-Litovsk point 162. As far as Cuba is concerned, it is obvious. As far as the Soviet Union is concerned, it is veiled by appearance of strength which is absolute but not relative. Khrushchev and A.L. being reasonable men will accept the Brest-Litovsk outcome, will make the most of it in propaganda terms, may even obtain somewhat better terms, but they are not going to oblige General Hoffman alias Maxwell Taylor by starting a war. As far as they are concerned, this seems to be clear, although I know nothing about the details, know nothing about what will happen to Soviet boats etc., etc. But now the question of Cuba. That their position is strictly essence and appearance Brest-Litovsk cannot be questioned for a minute. Their sole and principal target at the moment ought to be to survive. There is absolutely no virtue in dramatic and heroic suicide, no virtue in becoming the martyrs of LA. They must do everything they can to survive. If they will behave like romantic revolutionaries, this is the end. If they are Marxists and Leninists, they must do what Lenin did under such circumstances, sign Brest-Litovsk. I.e. admit each and any UN commission, dismantle each and any installation etc. etc. What do they have to lose? A heroic, epic defeat? Would it not be better to make the invasion, which is obviously on the agenda, as difficult as possible to our jingoists? What difference does it make now? Couldn't you get to see Garcia 163 and impress upon him for further delivery this point of political dialectics? It is understandable how hard it is to take for proud and truly heroic people like Fidel and others. But their greatest contribution to Cuba and the world is to survive. It is a heartbreaking dilemma, but its other horn is the end of the Cuban Revolution with all the consequences thereof. It could be argued that this will revolutionize LA. I would think that this is more likely to discourage LA for many years. Oh, it is horrible. Yours. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. October 25, 1962. Dear Paul. I find it almost impossible to concentrate on anything, but continue to try to work. If Khrushchev can get the world out of this maniacal insanity of the US ruling class, mankind will owe him an eternal debt of gratitude. But I cannot say that I am optimistic. The real aim of the US, of course, is to get an excuse to invade Cuba and overthrow the revolutionary regime, and I suspect they have decided to do it no matter what concessions may be made. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. October 31, 1962. Dear Paul. I'm afraid there's going to be trouble getting agreement between Hubie and me over the interpretation of the events of the last week. If it is too serious, we will have to adopt the device we used in the case of the resumption of Soviet testing, i.e. print two views each signed by one of us. But maybe it won't come to that, and in the meantime I want to be sure I know what I think. Hence the following notes, on which I would appreciate your comments. My first reaction to Kennedy's speech was, that it was based on faked intelligence and that the purpose was to provide a pretext for invasion. The assumption of Washington, I thought, was that the Soviet Union would back down. The combined effect of the overthrow of Castro and the humiliation of the Soviet Union would be a tremendous strengthening of the USS world position. Admission by the Soviet Union that the bases are genuine requires a new theory. I dismiss the possibility that the Soviet Union thought that it could get away with establishing the bases as, example, the US got away with establishing them in Turkey. Kennedy's repeated public statements on this, plus the US political situation, ruled such an outcome out from the very beginning, and I simply am not able to swallow the notion that K and Co are so badly informed or politically illiterate as to be unaware of this. It is said that the Japanese made just such a mistake when they attacked Pearl Harbor. No doubt true, but it is ridiculous to compare, still less equate, fanatical Japanese imperialists with the Marxist-Leninist leadership of the USSR. We must therefore start with the premise that Khrushchev was making a deliberate move with a view to achieving certain definite ends. Since we assume he knew the US could not just sit by and watch the bases be built, it follows that he was deliberately provoking the crisis. He wanted the US to know the bases were being built and he wanted to evoke a counteraction. This was where the greatest danger lay. He could not know what the reaction would be and he must have known that there was a strong war party in Washington that would put all possible pressure on for bombing the bases and invading Cuba at once. If that had happened, the fat would have been in the fire and the alternatives would have been defeat or war. Khrushchev must have known that, so we can assume that he figured Kennedy for milder action which would then give room for maneuvering. He was of course not only prepared but determined to withdraw the bases. That was the currency with which he entered the bargaining. The question was what quo could he get for this quid? My guess is that he didn't have much idea in advance and thought merely in terms of getting whatever he could. Much, even all, would depend on reactions around the world. Would the Latin American countries go along with the US? How about NATO? How scared would the US public be? Etc. If reactions were favorable to Khrushchev's side, he might expect to get quite a lot, if unfavorable, very little or even nothing. In the event, turned out to be mostly unfavorable. The OAS was immediately stampeded into giving Washington a blank check, NATO rallied to the US, there was no popular outcry for peace in the US. Hence K was forced to settle for a vague statement that the US would not invade not nothing, but not much either. Throwing the Turkish bases into the hopper was, in my opinion, a propaganda move pure and simple. That, it seems to me, is the basic explanation of what happened during the period October 22 to 28. It was not a defeat for the Soviet Union, which was in an extremely weak position throughout and had the almost impossibly difficult task of defending the Cuban Revolution without becoming involved in a world war. In a sense, indeed, the statement by the US that it would not invade is a victory. Certain it is that the US would not have dreamed of making such a statement to the UN 2 weeks ago. We know, of course, that no binding guarantees have been made, and the Times has already carried several Washington stories to the effect that high officials interpret the no-invasion assurances as applying only to the present situation and in no way as a commitment for the future. Nevertheless, the assurance has been given and it is a political fact of no small importance. Proof of this, if any were needed, is the anguished outcry from Cuban refugee groups. You probably saw the R. Hart Phillips story from Miami in which she reports the remark, "This is another Bay of Pigs for us." The next question is, what now? First, Khrushchev will obviously make the most out of the situation in propaganda terms, and on this level it seems to me he has been doing very well. More important is the struggle to strengthen in any and every possible way the no-invasion pledge, and here the primary responsibility would seem to be up to Fidel. He will try to use his ability to withhold permission for inspection as a bargaining counter. My own view is that it is not worth much, and if he tries too hard he may simply play into the hands of the US War Party. More promising, it seems to me, would be an effort to get the UN heavily involved in the pledge. If I were Fidel, I would want not only inspectors for the base dismantling operation but a permanent UN commission to check any violations of Cuban sovereignty. And I would specially draw the big LA countries into this. It might even be wise to plunk for neutralization a la Österreich under UN guarantees and supervision. It seems to me crazy to argue that Cuba can't follow such lines of action for fear of being Congolized. The situation is totally different. Fidel is in thorough control with his own armed forces, where Lumumba had nothing. There would be no question of sending a UN army to Cuba. Unfortunately, I am not too sanguine about how skillfully the Cubans will exploit the situation, but maybe they will rise to the occasion. As to the US, if there were any desire to reach a modus vivendi with the Cuban Revolution, this would of course be a great opportunity. I do not for a moment believe in the existence of any significant ruling class sentiment for such a course, however. What is more likely is a determined struggle against every effort to give real meaning to the no-invasion pledge and an intensification of all sorts of pressure on both Cuba and Latin America. Internally, we are told that the crisis has waked up quite a few younger people and made them really interested in political questions for the first time. In the long run this is all to the good and we of the left must try to make the most of it. But I see no likelihood of short or medium-term political changes. More on other matters soon. Love. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. November 3, 1962. Dear Paul. There are again clouds on the Stanford horizon. Palo Alto Times has carried at least half a dozen letters demanding drastic measures against me, and something is brewing in the HQs. Don't know what. This time my position is bad. The appraisal of the situation which I advanced was at least partly half-baked, and I imagine that the KPFA transcript 164 wouldn't make very gratifying reading. The world gets to be too complicated for anything sensible to be said, at least as far as I am concerned. One has to control one's emotions, and this is definitely the last time that I have yielded to the temptation. But who knows? My reaction to Kennedy's first speech was exactly the same as yours. It was reinforced by listening to the Security Council's proceedings, Stevenson's speech, and the speech by Zorin. It all looked like a tremendously clever operation to catch two birds with one net, to liquidate Cuba and to humiliate the Soviet Union, showing to the entire world the worthlessness of its promises of aid and assistance. But, as you say, when it became clear that the Soviet hardware was actually there, this interpretation collapsed. Now as to the motivations behind the Sioux sending the stuff there, I must admit to be more confused than ever before. There is one possible interpretation: the Cubans supported by the Chinese and Moscow's own Stalinists pressed for that. Chief arguments: it'll strengthen Cuba, it'll improve the Sioux strategic position, it'll lead to nothing serious because of the paper tiger nature of imperialism. In addition, it could get things off dead center, force Washington to negotiate and provide the Soviet Union with a bargaining object for which something in Cuba or elsewhere might be gotten in return. Therefore the foray to be undertaken with perfect preparedness to withdraw if something should be obtainable for the withdrawal. To tell you the truth, this sounds to me to be much too clever to be true. How could they have conceivably have known what the reaction in Washington would be? How could they have been certain that the Pentagon would not immediately begin bombing Cuba plus invasion plus God knows what elsewhere? What is more, if all this was that premeditated, why what looks like a very genuine alarm in Moscow? Why the Khrushchev appeals which sound like perfectly genuine outcries of anguish? Nor is it clear to me what the experiment proves. Neither side within the communist debate can be said to have demonstrated the truth of its position. The moderates around KHR can argue that Washington's reaction was anything but paper tigerish. The Chinese can argue that the display of Soviet aggressiveness elicited at least an assurance of no invasion. On the other hand, I was told by a military expert at Stanford that an invasion would have been anyway a very hard nut to crack. Unless Cuba were to be softened up by bombing to the point of near annihilation, 10 to 15 divisions might have been needed for the purpose with a great deal of casualties and a huge mess thereafter. So, maybe Khrushchev got in exchange something which the president was quite glad to give him. I don't know. The other possibility in no direct conflict with the first is that the whole business relates directly to Soviet-Chinese relations. Moscow yielded to Peking very much against Khrushchev's preferences. The result confirmed Khrushchev's fears. They immediately pulled back and can now say once and for all that the Khrushchev course was right and the Chinese course leads to war. That Mikoyan was sent to Cuba would lend support to that hypothesis. Mikoyan is definitely the most outspoken right-winger in Moscow. More importantly, the Chinese operations against India clearly indicate that China has decided to quit arguing and to enforce its view by actions. It is nullifying all Soviet efforts to build up a neutral group of countries led by India. It drives towards a clear-cut polarization and elimination of the progressive, anti-imperialist U/DCs, so much of which is made in Moscow and in the Pusra Party program. That Fidel and co. have been very much influenced by the Chinese line stands to reason, although his present show of intransigence is perhaps more understandable than the earlier one. At the moment he is out of the danger zone, and may be able to get something out of the bargaining process either from the US or from the USSR or from both. Although in the Cubans' case the talk about pride, humiliation etc. rings true rather than a makeshift for negotiations. In this connection, the Chinese-Indian affair is probably in many respects more important than the whole Cuban business. Peking creates fates accomplis of tremendous proportions, and how there is Sino-Soviet reconciliation on that basis to be had, beats me. Even in material terms, all the Soviet aid etc., go down the drain in the process. If this ain't mad, then I really don't understand anything at all. As to the future, the attached article in the Chronicle, which is obviously a trial balloon, would suggest that there is some sentiment for changing the whole course toward Cuba. As you do, I distrust this possibility, although on the other hand, what other alternatives are there? And maybe Kennedy really wants to avoid showdowns and yells so loud primarily for domestic consumption. That view would find support in his most dilatory behavior during the Bay of Pigs crisis, for his readiness to give the no invasion assurance now, for his frequently tough words accompanied by actually very little tough activity. Is Kennedy to be repraised in some way? That there is any change in the public sentiment, looks to me doubtful, although this is not the best observation point. Here there was an absolutely frantic burst of jingoism with the main theme, let's do something about Cuba. Whether this activation is water on left mills or on right ones is uncertain. I tend to believe the latter. It would be most deplorable if all this should lead to open disagreement between you and Hubie. I see no reason for it at all. After all, MR's job is not to moralize, condemn, or pat on the back, but to analyze sine IRAET studio. I am the last to advocate value-free attitudes towards events, but this does not mean that we in our position can set ourselves up as judges of history and issue certificates of good or bad behavior to the prime agents on the historical scene. The biggest danger for us sectarians is to sink to the level of sentimental do-gooders and socialists who are always against sin and for virtue. Love. S/Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. November 8, 1962. Dear Paul. A new piece of misere has come up, infuriating because it so effectively interferes with serious, uninterrupted work. Hubie has received a subpoena from HUAC for next Wednesday a.m. We are not certain yet, but it seems highly probable that a general Cuba Inquisition is being mounted. Anyway, as you can imagine, it means all the old dreck of getting lawyers, talking endlessly to them, trying to anticipate lines of questioning, working out positions, etc. We have got a good lawyer named Ephraim London whose forte is censorship of press, films, etc., and who has had plenty of committee experience right up to the Supreme Court. We will try to continue the same line taken before the McCarthy and NH affairs earlier. Natch, I will go to Washington with Hubie. Whether I will be called separately is anyone's guess. London thinks the whole committee is so stupid that rational predictions are not even worth trying to make. I have never felt so frustrated by an international situation as now by the Sino-Indian biz. If one only knew what facts to believe. But of course the Chinese must have foreseen the profound political implications of what they are doing and must therefore have figured that something good would come out of it all. What that net benefit is supposed to be, however, eludes me. Nor can I see what they hope to accomplish by goading Fidel and co. to the utmost intransigence. If no agreements with imperialists are to be trusted, then obviously they are not even to be sought, but that means war and not later but sooner. Or do they really believe the paper tiger theory quite literally? If so, God knows we are in for it. This, by the way, seems to me a possibility. The present Chinese regime is really isolated from the West and especially the US, and hence can generate a theory which feeds on itself without any real possibility of being checked against the facts. If the US ruling class had any sense, they would be working hard and fast to get China into the UN, to get Chinese newsmen, intellectuals, etc., over here, in a word, to break down this extremely dangerous state of isolation. But the US ruling class is even madder in its way. Oi, wet. Otherwise, everything in order. More on various matters soon. Love. /S Paul. P.S. I opened the envelope to add that we've just heard from the lawyer that the HUAC thing is about British Guyana, which would seem to have much less potentiality for trouble than Cuba. PAB to PMS. December 3, 1962. Dear Paul. The news about one Noyola was terribly distressing. 165 As John Donne said, any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and one's end diminishes one even more because with all his weaknesses he was an intelligent and honest man, such a rarity these days. I cannot help getting morbid and thinking about the necessity of cleaning up my study, of bringing my affairs into some minimal order, of finishing writing whatever there is to be written, for the bell may toll any day. The meeting in Santa Barbara was interesting and rather instructive. I came to think that the opus must contain either in the introduction or in the IS. chapter something on what is obviously becoming now the principal pillars of dominant thought. All economic matters cease to matter. The floor belongs exclusively to science and technology. R&D is in charge regardless of whether it is socialism or capitalism. That the whole problem is whether science and technology will destroy the world or render it at last free of want, disease and toil falls conveniently under the table. Science is unquestioningly equated with progress, or if not opposed, in favor of good old horse and cabbie. Another illustration of the basic point that within bourgeois ideology there is never room for anything but two lousy alternatives. The whole world is moving towards controls. The invisible hand gets to be more and more replaced by the visible. Planning is taking over everywhere with the questions: who owns the joint? And planning for what? Considered to be old maidish Victorianisms of the mentally retarded Marxists. The understanding of interests in the socio-economic universe is systematically obstructed, and the interesting thing is that this is so precisely at a time when, under the influence of Freud, the existentialists, romanticists and assorted inspirationalists, all kinds of non-rational, inexplicable, and irreducible facticities are avidly acknowledged and advertised. All interests are salonfähig, can be freely discussed and stressed, but when it comes, God forbid, to saying that economic interests in profits represent one of those irreducible facticities, the consternation is profound. Oh, well, this is most unimportant, the managers have replaced the stockholders, the buccaneer has yielded to the bureaucrat, and now, the latest, the bureaucratic manager has been pushed aside by the R&D scientist. What more does you want to show that Marxism is ein borniert Marat? What are economic interests, the drive for profit, as compared with frustration, alienation, insecurity, and early toilet training? And the funny thing about it is that even economists who are now, Friedman and co apart, all sold on controls and planning shudder when the facticity of profits comes up. Oh, no, the question is whether or not we fully understand the possibilities of planning, whether we devise the right mix of centralization and decentralization, whether we learn how to combine fiscal policy with indirect controls and see. Since controls and planning is what matters, the differences between socialist and capitalist wash out. In the long run we are all planners, all that we are fighting for is freedom. If it is remarked that freedom is increasing in the socialist world, that Poland is pretty damn free and that freedom might do even better over there if they were unthreatened by our freedom-loving H-bombs, and if one adds that Cuba would be a different place today had it been left alone and minus embargo, subversion and economic strangulation, the answer is a yawn. And should one commit the tactlessness of adding that maybe our hostility towards the socialist world is less related to freedom and more related to private property, the yawn is replaced by a growl. By the way, all this applies to the mature, advanced and well-situated leaders of thought. Some of the younger chappies smile knowingly when those points are brought up. If it weren't for the gnawing suspicion that they too will start yawning and growling when their salaries get adjusted in keeping with advancing status. I did some tickling on those lines, remaining very polite, academic, and suitably esoteric. The only one who reacted bitterly was Kenneth Boulding, who let loose long tirades about the tragedy of Cuba, the horrors of China and the phony de-Stalinization in the USSR. By the way, it would seem that the USSR developments make the position of the dissent types extremely difficult. Earlier they had to deny Soviet economic successes, now they have to deny Soviet political successes. Another matter of importance which calls for at least minimal note-taking is the racial question. I read yesterday an article by James Baldwin in the New Yorker of November 17. Combined with a good deal of confusion and with some apparent adjustments to being printable in this country, there is a great deal of insight and knowledge. It must get mentioned in the IS story. Love. /S Paul. PMS to PAB. Larchmont. December 5, 1962. Dear Paul. In the meantime, I have been perusing the last batch of QoS materials, and also going over again the theoretical implications draft. Point 166. Here are some tentative reactions. General, somewhere in QoS there should, I think, be a discussion of the elite culture into which our intellectuals and would-be intellectuals plunge themselves: art galleries, Japanese prints, hi-fi, foreign films, and all the rest. Quantitatively all this is by no means unimportant, and qualitatively some of it is no doubt good to excellent. But seen in its relation to the system as a whole, it merely emphasizes the lack of human solidarity, the torn-apartness, the alienation, the futility, the sickness of the society. I don't know just where this belongs, and perhaps you have plans for doing something of the sort at the end. But I think it is important that it be included, because many of our readers will be precisely those who are most addicted to the elite culture and will accuse us of being unfair or presenting an unbalanced picture if we don't discuss it. The discussion needn't be long and certainly doesn't have to denounce or even criticize. The point would be simply to put the thing in its proper setting and perspective. Theoretical implications. I won't go into any detail at this stage, though I already have made a good many notes and will certainly make more on a further reading. Most generally, the chapter will have to be substantially revised to take account of what is said in the chapters that precede it and which hadn't been written when the draft was made. Somewhat less generally, the role of the autonomous individual and his needs in the traditional theory will have to be expanded and strengthened. This is a very important matter, and its treatment in the draft is probably the weakest part. There must be some good books on philosophic individualism which would be helpful and supply some badly needed quotes from the great philosophers and social thinkers. On the whole, I think the section dealing with Marxian theory is better than that dealing with bourgeois theory, but here again there is room for improvement. Specifically, I have made the following comment on the last page: this last part needs redoing to take account at least of the following: your own bread loaf example, which clarifies the process very well, such things as redundant distribution facilities because of market imperfections and price rigidities, the empirical study of case and etal of the costs of auto model shenanigans, and the analysis of earlier chapters which had not been written when you drafted this chapter. In addition, I think my profits vs surplus diagram could be usefully incorporated, and that a rough breakdown of the labor force into surplus producers and surplus eaters would also be of value. As you will gather, I think there is a lot of work to be done on this one, and the question arises as to procedure. Do you want to leave it until you finish up QoS and IS and then return to this? Or do you think it would expedite matters if I work on it after I get done with 4, 6, 7, and 8, 167? It is your chapter, so to speak, so you have to make the decision. On other matters, I received this AM yours of December 3rd with your thoughts after Santa Barbara. This is dandy material and belongs, I think, in IS, not in the introduction. Returning here with the clipping in Reschool Segregation/Discrimination. I am writing the Civil Rights Commission on Mr. Stationery asking for 2 copies of the report referred to. If they are forthcoming, I will send one to you. I have read the Baldwin piece already and was, like you, much impressed. It is interesting not only for what he says about race problems but also for his very perceptive insights into U.S. society in general. It is interesting that a Negro can see these things much more clearly than a white. The Negro doesn't have to be a Marxist, while the white does. Leo and I are trying to meet Baldwin and to get him to write for us. Finally, if, as I calculate should happen, this reaches you Saturday, it will be just in time to wish you a most happy birthday and to welcome you to the fraternity of those who have attained the ripe old age of 53. The enclosed gift has more sentiment than beauty attached to it. Zyril joins in sending lots of love and best wishes for many happy returns. Yours. /S Paul. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. December 7, 1962. Dear Paul. Your specky of December 5/6 arrived this PM. Most kind of you to think of my birthday and to dispatch a presento. The time for such jubilees has passed long ago. It used to be a day for looking forward, for dreaming about future deeds. Now, alas, it is a rather unwelcome occasion for staring back, for taking stock, and for sadly establishing for the nth time how desperately little has been accomplished. To be remembered on a day like this is a source of compensating gratification. Much obliged. 1. Reread chapters 3 and 8 with the new pages, and think that both should be on their way to Jack, if as you say and as I hope he is willing and able to receive them. 2. I had a gnawing suspicion that chapters 5 and 9 are in need of thorough redoing, both in the light of the material that has been written since as well as in view of various thoughts that have come up since they were done. But like an ostrich sticking its head into sand and believing that it cannot be seen, I pushed those thoughts aside and never looked at the stuff in the hope to return to it after everything else is done. I would still prefer to finish QoS2 and to draft IS before turning back to the earlier material. This obviously does not mean at all that you could not or should not do with it anything you want as soon as you get around to it. Since time is of the essence, it would certainly be excellent if you got to those chapters before I do. I will concentrate now on the job in hand and then work intensively on the preceding chapters while you go over the remainder of QoS2 and IS. 3. Your comments on the QoS2 pages are very good, and I shall rework the stuff accordingly. There are no disagreements. Most of what you say is an indication of my having expressed myself most inadequately. Thus, for instance, nothing was further from my mind than idealizing competitive capitalism. What did not become clear at all is that I meant to say that freedom, justice, and honor were an ideology of competitive capitalism, not its reality. An ideology which was just as much falsesbus sane as cynicism is falsesbus sane. It matters nevertheless what it is that constitutes an ideology, even if an ideology remains in both cases a half-truth. But I'll try to fix it up, and let us then see whether it becomes any clearer. For I do have in mind to say something about elite culture, but haven't quite decided where and how. My first idea was to put it at the end of what you have read so far, but then I thought that this would overload the ch, and I resolved to return to it in is precisely because I felt that it should be dealt with in reference to the system as a whole, its consciousness. QoSI and QoS2 are directed towards the state of the people in is. I thought I'll talk a little about the ideas of the age. That's why I did not refer as yet to good books, Hemingway, Steinbeck, etc. or good arts. This is perhaps wrong, but it is not an omission, it is a commission. 5. I know Jim Baldwin, he is a friend of Mary Painter's. You may have noticed, in his article he refers to Mary as a white friend whom he could not hate. I doubt very much that he would be available to Mr. He is most cautious, must make a living as a freelance writer, and won't do anything that might compromise him. It is interesting to note how he drags in without any particular need the plague on both your houses sentence. It is also remarkable how he ends up in a gibberish about love, etc., which is a sheer non sequitur with regard to his entire story. By the way, he spends most of his time not here but in Paris. 6. Even our bestest intellectuals make me wince. Got in the mail and read a piece by Ping Fairy, What Price for Peace? Here is as good a man as there is, and the rubbish that he composes is unbelievable. He sees clearly how the economy is dependent on military orders, he sees clearly how the ruling class is afraid of communism, he knows full well what the conflict is all about, and then he goes off on our lack of political imagination, on our inability to see the necessity of a warless world, and so on and so forth. If an illustration was needed for the taboo character of economic interests, here is an excellent one, because it comes from a good man, not from a swine. Anyway, the next task is to finish QoS2. When do you want the reply to the Russians? All the best, many thanks again. Love. S/Paul. 8. Here is Rhodes, jump here. PAB to PMS. Palo Alto. January 6, 1963. Dear Paul. The pages which you sent me were placed where they belong. As to the contents of the statement concerning state monocap, I have slight doubts. If addressed to the general public, it is hardly necessary. 168. If it is meant to allay the worries of Shlomo and Co., it is hardly adequate. For their argument would be, strange as it may sound coming from them, that it does not take account at all of the income and employment regulating, manipulating Keynesian function of the state. Although it is fairly certain that Lenin, who coined the notion, did not have this in mind, it is this meaning which is increasingly given to it in Soviet writings. And our own theory assigning an important role to the state as surplus absorber suggests that the emphasis on the role of the state is not misplaced. It also surely makes sense stressing it in the development of monopoly capitalism in Italy, France, GB, and elsewhere. I agree with you that there is no need to employ the word in the title, but there is no need either to stress that it would be wrong to acknowledge the particular and growing role of the state under monopoly capitalism. The alliance of big business, big brass, big bureaucracy, the industrial military complex, or whatever other terms have been used to reflect both an increasing amalgamation of BB and state as well as progress in the direction of some kind of dirigisme which needs to be recognized. Your principal point is undoubtedly right. Monopoly capitalism is all of this. It is unnecessary to give it any other names, no more than it would be necessary to speak of large-scale enterprise monopoly capitalism or corporation monopoly capitalism. but the substantive element of the distinction or rather characterization would seem to me to be of some merit.